Let's go, baby. Welcome, everybody, to the live Pylon podcast. This is the first time we're doing it. It's draft night. Let's go. We got 8 people watching right now, which is awesome. Hopefully, we get a lot more in here as the night goes. But I'm Big Z, and of course, representing the Detroit Lions. We got Barney over here representing the Bears. Barney,
what's going on,
up,
buddy?
man?
I went with the part of blue to see if me and the Lions can figure out some way to collaborate today.
I appreciate it, man. How you feeling, though? You ready to drink some beers and watch some draft picks rolling?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a while. It's been like 3 years since this night has meant anything to Bears fans. So excited to get the show on. What's the drink of choice?
I'm going with Spotted Cow right now to start off the night. And then I have some IPAs later I'll be drinking. So how about you? Miller Lite?
I got vitamin V right here. So gonna be enjoying this a little bit, and then I'm gonna be probably rocking some Miller Lights hopefully halfway through.
What's vitamin V?
No free ads, dude. No, it's just some vodka soda.
All right. So Barney, we got 24 minutes before the draft officially starts, which means there's 24 minutes left to get bets in. So you have more bets on the NFL draft this year than me. I just find this draft highly unpredictable, especially from a betting perspective. So I'll let you take it first. What I think you have 5 bets you said you had, right?
Yeah, so I got 5 bets here, and to be honest, this is a different element, right? We're not betting on a team and understanding that somebody can fuck up, and cost you a game or whatnot. But we're also betting with 32 other GMs that, no matter how correct I know I am, it just takes one of those GMs to fuck my shit up. And so, take that with a grain of salt here. But I got 5 bets that I'm looking to cash in on tonight. Just the makeup of the draft. I mean, this might be one of the most star-studded offensive power type prospected drafts that have come out in a while. There's a lot of home run hitters. There's a lot of just naturally gifted people on offense. And I'm not trying to slight the defense. It's just this is just a big talent rise here. But before I get into the offense, I got a couple bets, 3 of them, to take on the defensive side of the ball. The first one I like is 25.5 under on edge rusher Azeez Ojulari out of Georgia.
I don't know.
Right now it's minus 118. I really like him. I really think I think he's the second best edge rusher in the league. I think he's a rabid dog. In the draft. I think there will be a lot of, front heavy offensive picks picked, but at sooner or later with a premier, position like edge, I like him to go before the 26th pick. I know it's going to be, going down to the wire. He's not going to be probably picked at like 12 or 13 or 14 or anything like that, but I'm thinking low 20s, late 18s. I think he might surprise people.
Do you think he's the first? Do you think he's the first edge rusher taken?
No, I don't, and that's my second bet. So great segue right there. My favorite.
That out. Beautiful.
No, we haven't discussed these at all. My favorite edge rusher in this is Kwity Paye out of Michigan. I'm a Big Ten guy. I think he's fantastic. I think, like I said before, it's a premier position. This guy for me is number 1. I think he goes under the 18th pick. So 17.5 right now. Again, it's going to be down to the wire, but right now it's minus 112, and I like that pick.
Just why you say that. So I only had 1 bet that I put in for this draft just because I thought it was unpredictable, but Kwity Paye was also my bet, but not exactly the over-under position. I took him as DraftKings listed him as a D lineman. So him to be the first D lineman off the board at minus 125 is what I took.
Nice. I like that.
Put it in, baby.
I like
Put it in. Come
on. My last defensive pick is the over under a half. So we just need one safety taken tonight. And to be honest, this one's going to be a barn burner too, but I love Merrig out of TCU. I think he is by far and large the best safety in the draft. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And, honestly, I think there's probably a few teams out there, late 20s, that could really use some help at safety. Like I said, he's premier right now. He's the best in the draft at his position. So I'm hoping that he is the guy selected tonight that wins us that bet.
All right, baby. And Barney, before you go on, I just want to, give a shout out to Joe, Brendan. I'm going to pronounce your name. E. Coughlin, Jared R., Jake Zeller, Kyle Wood, baby. Thank you for joining in. Hopefully you stay with us for a decent amount of time, gentlemen. Jake's already... Come on, Jake.
That's Owen right there. It's a very Irish name. But
Jesus.
Next up, I have I'm just gonna say this right now. We're gonna have to lay the juice with this one, okay? But I'm a big believer in this bet here. It's minus 334. All right. So I'm not saying go after it, but I love this bet. It's over 4.5 wide receivers taken tonight. To me, you got Waddle, Chase, and Smith. Could go all top 10. Probably will be all in top 15, right around there. And then there's guys like Rashad Bateman, Kadarius Toney, both the Moore guys out of Purdue and Ole Miss. There's Marshall Jr. There's like 9 guys that I think could potentially go in the first round. And all we need is 2 outside of, the big 3. And then when you got teams like Baltimore picking twice at the end of the draft, you got a team like the Packers. You got teams that desperately need wide receivers. I think, this bet hits with at least 5. And then my last bet.
Wait. Who are those other 2 then, besides the big 3? Rashad Bateman and 20 to the Bears?
Yeah, I hope not. But if that's the reason my bet cashes, I'll be happy with that. But Bateman, there's Toney, there's Rondale Moore, there's Elijah Moore, there's Terrace Marshall Jr. I think just any combination of those 2, 2 of those 5 guys right there could be the 5th, 4th and 5th wide receivers. And then that brings me to my last bet. Offensive players drafted. I mentioned it before. This is a star-studded class here with our offensive talent. Every draft has 1 or 2 positions that it's just very deep. This draft has arguably 4, and 3 of them are on the offensive side of the ball. There's quarterback that'll probably have 5 guys taken tonight. There's offensive line that's probably around 5 to 7. You guys got Slater, Sewell, Tucker, and Darrisaw that I think are definite top 4 guys that'll be taken. And then you got guys like Jenkins, Ray Duns, Eichenberg. You got the best center in the draft in my eyes, Creed Humphrey, and then Landon Dickerson. Like I said, any combination of those guys, the magic number for me is 6. I'd like 6 offensive linemen, 6 wide receivers, 5 quarterbacks. And that brings you to 17. And then you have, the tight end that'll probably go top 5, Kyle Pitts. That's number 18. And then you're looking for one other guy, and that could be from the O-line, the wide receivers, or honestly, if a running back gets taken tonight, that's going to be the one that I think pushes us over the 18.5. Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, even Javonte Williams might be considered at the very end, but
that'd be shocking.
That would be, but all we need is one of those guys in my eyes, because I think there's definitely 6 offensive linemen, 6 wide receivers, and then QBs are at 5, like I said, then tight end and just one other player. So I like the over 18.5, and that's just at plus 100. So the odds are not with us, but it's the best payout. So those are my 5.
All right, baby. Let's go. Let's win you some money. I said my 1. So we got 15 minutes until the draft officially starts. I see Joe Thomas and some other Cleveland folks on the stage right now. Is Kings of Leon from Cleveland? I saw them on the stage. I'm not sure what their relation is. I'm guessing they are. But man, we have a lot to go on tonight. But Barney, so get those bets in first of all, people. Barney's been he's been good with the money, at least this past season with spreads and stuff. Let's see if it carries over to the draft, Barney. Yeah, right. Exactly. But man, Barney. Now I got to ask. We got 15 minutes before this starts, but the Aaron Rodgers news breaking today, buddy. What? We both got to be excited about that, right?
I mean, it feels like Christmas. Just seeing those reports come out. No better way to kick off draft week than turmoil in Green Bay. The fact that he wants out. I guess there were reports to say that behind closed doors, the top level management said, "Hey, we'll trade you this offseason. Just be a team player." And they haven't done it. They've gotten requests from San Fran. They've gotten probably requests from other people too, but have not pulled the trigger. And right now, he's not happy, which makes me a very happy guy.
Right. Do you think he's going to be a Packer at the beginning of week 1 of the season?
He said, well, it's all leverage at this point, right? But he said, trade me or don't. I'm not suiting up game 1.
He seems like the type of guy that would sit out a year. Like,
dude, he doesn't talk to his family, man. Like that guy will hold any grudge he wants. And I respect somebody that can hold a grudge. I've been there. I've done that. Grudges are awesome. And it's my favorite thing about Aaron Rodgers, especially now, since I thought I'd have 2-3 more years of maybe elite Aaron Rodgers play, but if that soon has come to an end, I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to wipe this fucking smile off my face.
Man, how much do you think you command? Like, I know they said the 49ers offered the 3rd overall. It's kind of crazy. I mean, the report said that they flew the team president out there. They flew the vice president out there. They flew the coach out there at several times on several different occasions, and he still hasn't budged. It's just, and the timing of this report is incredible on draft day. This has been happening all summer. Why did it just get released now? Who do you think released? I think Aaron Rodgers can.
Well,
to try to get a trade.
I would think Aaron Rodgers to get the ball rolling. Because probably tonight would be the biggest. Should we trade him? Should we not? If we get a package. So I think it had to have been released by the Rodgers camp, because I think the leverage kind of goes a little out the door. Not much, because he's the MVP, but it goes a little bit out the door if it were the Packers, releasing that, because anytime you got a guy that won't play for you, you lose a little bit of leverage. So that had to have come from his side.
Yeah, which is.
I want to say one thing real quick to anybody in the chat. I want to say, if you guys get one comment, if you guys can name the top 5 picks in this draft, Barney, yours truly will send you some beer money through Venmo. But you get one chance, and the first person to put the correct top 5 in order gets the beer money.
I like it. And top 5 in order. I love it. We have some questions here too, Barney. So I'll send this one to you. Jake's asking, what is the worst thing the Bears could do tonight? Take a quarterback, take Rondo, or take Rashad Bateman. What is it?
To me, I think I've said it a million times. This is the deepest offensive line draft in so long. If you look at Ryan Pace's history, you got a guy, he has not picked anyone in his entire time here. He has not picked an offensive lineman lower than the fifth round or higher than the fifth round.
Really? I did not know that.
He has drafted a seventh rounder in Charles Leno, who I hate. And he clearly does not believe that building from the trenches is important, which that's the fundamental makeup that I believe is the way to success in the NFL. But he has drafted a sixth rounder and a fifth rounder. The fifth rounder was from Coos Town, never played a snap, and the sixth rounder was from TCU or something like that. We took two guys in the seventh last year, and it's like, why are you even picking these guys? Like you're clearly not even trying to make this offensive line unit better. And he keeps trying to get, the Kirkland brand, the Aldi's version rocking. And let me just tell you, Clancy chips, they don't get it done. I love Aldi's. I'm an Aldi's guy, but Clancy's chips are, they are tasteless. And I want the real Cheetos. I want the Fritos. I want the guys that are going to be up on the line and performing so that David Montgomery can break 3 tackles after the line of scrimmage, not before. So that was a long-winded answer, but I would say, hey, if I think we're going to trade up. I have a feeling we're going to walk out with a quarterback. I don't know if I think at least one quarterback's going to fall. Maybe 2. But at least one guy's going to fall. I'm looking if there is Justin Fields and Mac Jones or Trey Lance, 2 of the 3 there at 8 where Carolina is. I think that I'm going to be having a very clenched butthole, just because I'm not ready for Ryan Pace and his maneuvers. But if we go out and get a guy that can play, and is going to excel, I'm all for it. We haven't had a good quarterback basically ever. But I don't love Pace's regimen, and I don't love Pace's history in quarterbacks. Every single one that he has put on this team has been questionable at best. So who knows? If we stay put, just get an offensive tackle, or at least somebody on the offensive line. I prefer tackle. I think it's very deep. Even if we double dip into the second round and grab a starting caliber guy in the second round, I would be very happy. So would the offense and maybe the next quarterback we bring in. But if we trade the farm to get a quarterback, he better be able to run, because we have such a dog shit line that we'd be setting him up for, failure if we have to trade our second round pick, and then, obviously more next year or whatnot. So honestly, get that quarterback if you got him, if that's the guy. Otherwise, just go right to tackle.
All right. We have someone asking for the vitamin B again, Barney. Just to showcase it again. We need to see it, baby. Let's see it. There it is. There it is. Let's get him through the night. Let's get him through 3 hours right there. All the way
and
down
the juice.
32. And the juice.
We're laying some juice tonight, boys.
So if Trey Lance is available at 8 and the Bears trade up, you're not a fan of that?
I'm terrified of that. He's a guy that threw less passes than Trubisky. And that's like that's the biggest knock there. I think he probably has one of the highest ceilings because of his frame, because of his athleticism. There's concerns in his throwing mechanics, but I would personally, I would probably stay back or trade back, and just build up linemen. But if that's their guy, I mean, they better really nail it, because I don't understand how they're still running shit in Hallis Hall, but that would just be an immediate firing.
Right. So I'm going to throw this over to the Lions side really quick. Just what's the worst thing they can do tonight? In my opinion, it's staying at number 7 and taking a wide receiver. I'm not a big fan of that. I don't know. I just think it's too high. There's not a Calvin Johnson like wide receiver. Some people out there think Jamar Chase is a extreme game changer. I would disagree with that. As anybody saw from my rankings, I had him as the third best wide receiver. I got a little shit for that, but you know what? That's just my opinion. But that's what I think the worst thing that happened. But I mean, I think there's a lot of positive scenarios in this draft. We can take an offensive lineman like Sewell or even Slater. I think that's a win. If Kyle Pitts somehow lands there, that would be a big win. But Barney, I think the first pick is coming in here. Roger Goodell's strolling up extremely slowly. There's some lady sitting on the stage. I'm not sure why.
That's kind of badass.
Maybe it's a healthcare worker or something, but she got a really good seat. Maybe she got there early. But the first pick is in. Let's see what the results are here. I can't imagine what it would be.
Shocked. Whoa.
Whoa. He was already tweeting about helping the Jacksonville community like weeks ago.
Yeah, didn't like a shit ton of Jacksonvilleites pay or donate a shit ton of money for his wedding? Like the guy's not about to be a millionaire.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of people at this. There's a lot of people at this draft.
No masks in Florida, man.
But I'm talking about like in Cleveland here, like in the crowd. There's a lot of people.
Oh, right. Big Z, let me ask you this. What pick, number-wise, do you think we get our first shocker? You know, like a couple of years ago, it was like just for, like obviously Trubisky was a shocker. Nobody thought that was going to happen. Even like Clelin Ferrell from Clemson to the Raiders, like that was a shocker. Like, like where do you think the first, like, what the fuck is coming from?
Oh, I mean, it could be the Lions, to be honest with you. I think we might get that with the Panthers or the Broncos. That'd be my guess. Two new GMs for both those teams. Maybe we don't have a good read on what they're doing. So I would imagine right there. The Cowboys at 10, always a fun team too. So I would imagine the top 5 is pretty. Like the Bengals, I think are going to take a wide receiver. That's what they've done historically. And then Dan Russell. Come on, bro. No, Detroit. I always like pointing this out. So, I mean, all my friends, they were not alive when the Bears won the Super Bowl. So, in my friend's lifetime, and many other people's lifetimes, the Lions and the Bears have the same amount of Super Bowls. 0. They've won the same amount of Super Bowls. 0. I just want to point that out. The Lions and Bears are very much similar in terms of recent success, in my opinion. If you look into that,
very similar. It might be stretching it a little bit. I mean, we reached the Super Bowl. You guys haven't won a game in the playoffs, so
we've won one playoff game in the entire Super Bowl era.
Yeah, so I think similar is a bit of a stretch.
It's how you spin it. It's how you spin it. So number 2, Zach Wilson, right? That's what we're thinking here. It's got to be.
Yeah, this would really shock me
if it was anybody but. I think he's going to be better than Trevor Lawrence in the long run, in my opinion. Even though he's going to the Jets, that's the only. I wish he wasn't going to the Jets, but I'm going to be rooting for him. Actually, I think he's a lot of fun to watch play.
Dude, I think the rookie of the year or offensive rookie of the year is coming at number 3. Whoever the hell is chosen at number 3, I think is got it. I think that's, San Fran's the most complete team picking
that's a good
that
point.
low. And, I would love as a quarterback, like if I were Zach Wilson, I would be begging to go number 3 instead of number 2.
I mean, I would love to see Zach Wilson on that San Francisco team. Actually, no, I wouldn't, because that would be bad news for. I think a lot of the rest of the league. So maybe not. But him out of that play action type offense would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is sneaky athletic. I mean, the way he runs around kind of reminds me of Aaron Rodgers, to be honest. He just is so avoidable.
He's gotten that comparison. Especially the way he throws off his front leg. He drives a lot of power with like his torso and front. There's not when you watch Justin Fields film, there's a lot of like a baseball throw in him, almost like a wider stance, and he's throwing the ball. Zach Wilson's like very much like his feet are much closer to his shoulders, and he's throwing off his front foot a lot more, and that's kind of what Aaron Rodgers does a lot.
Yeah.
At least I'm not an NFL scout here. I'm I'm repeating what a lot of other scouts have said. So that I listen to.
So the big one, to start the draft is who's going at 3. Reports are it's either Lance or Mac Jones. Are you buying any of the newest stuff that has like almost created a complete shift in the odds? I think at a moment in time, Lance was. Right? Is he the favorite right now? I am not positive.
It's pretty.
The last time I looked at it was this morning.
Compared to where we were 2 days ago, it's kind of crazy the shift in odds. Like we've had forever to, or whatever. Though San Francisco made that trade to kind of determine what was going to happen at 3, and now all of a sudden, like the odds are shifting in Trey Lance's favor. I just Mac Jones has been the name for so long. That's why I'm going to stick with I think Mac Jones being a number 3 as well.
I think you're right. I think you're right. There is not a GM in the league, and yes, I am still triggered. That there's no bigger GM in the league that loves to play games like John Lynch. The way he absolutely fucking swindled the Bears by moving just one spot up, and we gave multiple like second and thirds. I loved him as a player. I hate him in a suit. I hate him in a suit.
For a guy that was going to be there anyways for them, unless somebody else is trying to. Do we know? Has history ever said if anybody else was trying to? Was anybody else trying to trade up to 2 for Trubisky? Do we know?
There's no like completely confirmed reports. Everything is rumor. Like everything. It's like when he bid against himself with Mike Glennon, and like nobody was trying to get Mike Glennon, but we decided to pay him like 18 million, and it's like nobody tried to get him. We could have got him for pennies on the dollar, but when it comes to tough decisions, I think Ryan Pace panics.
Yeah.
All right. Looks like number 2's in.
I love the Bears' misgivings in the draft under Ryan Pace. So, all right, let's listen in here. Another guy is on the stage. With minimal volume in the background, I love not knowing what the hell is going on with people sitting on the stage. It's kind of hilarious. But let's listen in here.
Shoot.
Just there he is, baby. There he is. Ah, poor Zach. Poor Zach. He even spells it with an H like me. I'm a big fan of him. You got to respect the Zachs that spell their name with an H. You just got to. That means he's a real one. That's what that means. So, congrats to him. I
think Kinger. That's funny you bring it up. I'm pretty sure Kinger spells it with a K.
He does. It's a slight dig at him. He's not here to defend himself. So.
All right. So the top 2 off the board as expected. Right now you'd probably think Detroit's, I guess it depends after this pick, but Detroit's probably fielding calls. I'm hearing reports.
There's no doubt.
I'm hearing reports that, people are going to be like the Saints and other teams are trying to trade up to get a elite cornerback, whether that's Surtain or Horn. In my opinion, it's probably one of those 2. But Dallas sitting at 10 could also be somebody that's trying to trade up just like a spot or two,
Yeah.
just to get the guy that they want, because I think they probably go cornerback as well.
Right. It'll be if the Lions make a trade with the Saints, it'll have to be for they'll need a good haul because that's a big move back in the draft here. It's not moving 7 to 9 like the Broncos. That's a big
Right.
move. Oh, and by the way, thank you, Dan Russell, for if this is correct, that's the chair, and it does look like it. The chair Goodell sat in last year during the draft that everybody was kind of making fun of. So, thank you. Man, we got up to 20 listeners so far too, Barney. This is good. But yeah, some of our listeners don't want Wilson to get killed on the Jets. He is Mekhi Benton now. They have their GM is decent. They have Denzel Mims at wide receiver, who was hurt a lot last year. They have some good pieces. The Adam Gase is not there. That's number one for the Jets. The fact that Adam Gase is not there, I think, is big for them because he is an awful offensive coordinator for many years. You saw with the Dolphins when Ryan Tannehill left to go to the Titans, and now he looks like a first round draft pick, like he was meant to be, when he has actually a decent NFL coach. But he also has a 2,000-yard rusher on his side. So,
yeah, right. And it also helps that he's not like with a leg injury or some shit that plagued his beginning of the tenure in the NFL.
I also love that Zach Wilson had like his kind of Jadeveon Clowney moment. And what I mean by that is Jadeveon Clowney is, when you think of Jadeveon Clowney, I don't think of NFL success. I think of his big hit on the Michigan guy. That's usually my first thought, is that highlight that we've seen probably a million times. And now Zach Wilson, at least in the draft process, with the filming of the pro days, there's that throw where he's rolling to his left and chucks it 60 yards downfield. I've seen that clip about 1,000 times in the past 2 weeks leading up to the draft.
I thought you were just chirping him and saying like about the hit he took in the Coastal Carolina game.
Oh, I mean, he got lit up, but that was a dirty hit. That was a dirty hit, and it was even.
Dude, he got in a street fight.
That was dirty.
That was a straight up alley cat fight.
Right. That was dirty. That was pretty dirty.
All right, so we're here at pick 3.
We're here, baby. We're here.
I think it's Jones. I think it's Jones as well. It wouldn't shock me if he took. I mean, I think it's definitely him. I think it's definitely a quarterback, but it wouldn't even shock me if he tried to take like Kyle Pitts or something like that and team him up with Kittle. Just something outlandish. Like I said, John Lynch, an absolute evil genius in the suit.
I mean, they did give him a lot for this, so we'll see if he's an evil genius when we whatever player they end up picking here. We'll see if it pans out or not.
Do you think Atlanta stays at 4 and takes somebody like Pitts or Sewell or something like that, or do you think they trade out?
I think they're going to stay there. I don't know how they pass up on Kyle Pitts. He's the best non-quarterback in this draft. I want him so badly to fall to 7. I'll end this call early, and I'll drink all the beers in my fridge and not embarrass myself on the internet because I'll be so happy if we take Kyle Pitts, but I don't think he's going to get past 4.
Yeah, it might be tough.
I mean, I feel like if Atlanta was going to trade out, they would have done it by now. But maybe they're waiting to see who San Francisco takes here before deciding on that. If we see Trey Lance go to 4, then it's on for Kyle Pitts, baby, because I think Cincinnati's going to be taking Jamar Chase.
Dude, if Trey Lance goes, I will like, to answer the question we posed earlier, I would be absolutely shocked if Trey Lance went 3rd.
The beer's tasting good tonight, Barney. It's tasting good.
Yeah.
The draft's finally here. We're past the 2 picks that we predicted. Now we're in unpredictable territory. The draft's starting now, baby. Let's go.
Just what we said, it's and all our listeners right now, we can't see you, but we'll use the honor system. But every draft pick, when it's selected, we're going to put our guesses out there. And if we're wrong, we're going to have to do a nice little healthy chug.
So you say Mac Jones and I'm saying Mac Jones, right, for this one?
Yeah, I think that's the pick.
All right. I've been predicting Mac Jones for a little while here, so I got to stick with
I've
it.
been a late
The pick
bloomer.
is the pick is in, man. This will be
They
good.
they really didn't waste too much time there.
No, they didn't. Yeah, it's. I just love all the drafts, like the draft nonsense we hear the week before. Like it seems like the 49ers are in complete disarray about who they're going to pick and blah blah. They know who they're going to pick. Come
Yeah, they know.
on.
Who out of these commentators, do you have somebody you absolutely can't stand to listen to?
I mean, I can't really hear the TV with these headphones on just because I listen to our producer kid. Oh, well, before the pick is in, shout out to producer Kid Jay for putting this whole live stream together. And for all the listeners there, out there, our producer Kid Day, my brother Justin Zacconi. If you're looking for live stream or anything like that, hit him up on LinkedIn. He's doing a great job. But no, all these guys are acceptable as long as Stephen A is not on this broadcast. It's good for me or Max Kellerman. Any of those first take people, I could care less about those people. Trey Wingo, I've never understood his appeal really, but he's okay. Scott Van Pelt should be doing everything. I'm a big Scott Van Pelt fan.
Yeah, for me, like ESPN, like you came for Dan Patrick. Like he was incredible, and I think only one guy, and that's SVP, has been able to carry on the show like to where I actually want to watch.
Definitely, I would agree with that. All right, picks in.
Wow!
Oh, they went Trey Lance. What do you know? It's a healthy swing.
All righty. We'll have to wait for Kid J to sift through the comments here, but I think that might knock out quite a few people.
Holy cow! Wow.
Dude, I think we're about to see a slide.
He only played one season at D1 AA level, FCS level, and he only played one game this year. That's crazy. A guy with that small of a resume just won number 3. He must have really impressed in not only interviews, but I mean in his pro day workouts with his arm strength. I mean that's crazy. A guy that hasn't faced any top tier competition.
Connie C's calling me out to chug, so bottoms up, buddy.
That is wild. Everything was trending this direction that they were taking Trey Lance, and I didn't want to believe it. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. So hopefully a team like the Patriots or something like that is falling in love with Mac Jones, falling in love with Justin Fields, and is going to offer a lot to go to pick 7 and trade up, and the Lions going to draft all. Remember, the Lions only have 6 draft picks in this draft. So they're definitely looking to trade back.
Dude, this is an absolute shocker. I think we might start. I said it earlier. One guy's going to slide, maybe 2. I felt like this had to be the option here, Mac Jones and Justin Fields, to be 2 guys that would slide. We'll see. We'll see if the asking price is too much from some of these teams trying to trade out. But I think there's going to be a guy that probably doesn't go until like 15.
Yeah, or 19 of the Redskins. There's a lot of movement in the middle there.
Yeah.
I got to grab another beer. I'm empty, though, Barney. I got to grab another beer here. Give me a second. We got 5 minutes here. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah. I want to see through the comments here if anybody put in a Stevie DiLiberto called it. Yeah, that pick right there knocked out quite a few guys.
I love it though. This is what we want, a little excitement. This is why the draft started at 3. But man, Trey Lance, it's bold. I kind of like it. Like this guy could be a big miss for the 49ers. And in that case, I like it because I'm not a big 49ers fan. I respect them. and what they've been doing. But I hate the 49ers. Listen, I don't know why. I've just never liked the organization.
Yeah, dude, I mean, I'll tell you what, if there's a coach out there that I'm really envious of, I would kill to have Shanahan running the Bears. I think he's one of the best in the league. It's an offensive league. I like that. I like that place. I like their team. I think they're young. They're solid defensively, and we'll see if Trey Lance can come in and make them Super Bowl contenders, dude. Because they really, I mean, they don't have a long way to go. They're a solid team.
So, Barney, what's our next prediction here for the Falcons? Pitts?
I would be shocked if they don't. The only two guys I'm looking at right now for Atlanta is Pitts or Sewell, or the top tackle. I think it's Sewell, but I'm expecting maybe
they could also go quarterback. They could go quarterback.
They could. It would shock me. I don't think these next two, I don't think that guy moves the needle for the team because of how old, Julio is getting now. Right. They're in such a weird little place where some of their best guys are older and, I don't know if it makes sense to try to make a run just yet. I think it might be smarter I think the smartest idea is for them to trade back, not too far, try to be in the mid-teens, somebody like New England, You mentioned it. But
and look at we just had the list of top tight ends up there, and it was it's a small list. You're getting arguably the best athlete in the draft, and then it's a humongous drop off after that. But it's still crazy to me too in this draft process that Trey Lance jumped above Justin Fields. It's kind of just with the athletic traits that Justin Fields possesses. It's pretty wild, especially considering. I'm just saying
when it comes to
the trajectory of Trey Lance going from pretty much playing a safety in high school in northern Minnesota to being the third overall quarterback drafted in the NFL draft this year with minimal amount of tape is just insane. I mean,
he lucked out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I just want to say as well, Trey Lance on Tuesday, on his odds to get drafted third overall plus 250. If you grab him, then congratulations. Crazy.
Yeah, dude.
The beer is good, baby. I mean, the beer is good.
Talk about not having to play an entire season and having the year off to kind of just work on yourself, basically. And then getting picked like I said earlier, I didn't think I thought Trey Lance was, for me, he was the fifth best quarterback in this draft. Albeit, I think the top five are pretty close. I mean, 1 and 2, I think separated themselves quite a bit, but I think all three of these guys are prospects, solid prospects. But man, I think he's really set up to be the offensive rookie of the year, at least, if not the offensive MVP, especially going to that talented team.
So my guess is Kyle Pitts. What are you saying for drinks here?
So they picked, and I'm going to go, just to be different, I like Kyle Pitts. Normally I would say that. I'm going to go with Sewell.
Wow.
I think I'm wrong.
You want to drink. That's what you're telling me. All right, let's see. There it is. I didn't want to see it happen. That is a filthy offense right there. If they can get things clicking.
Dude, honestly, you got Matt Ryan, who, solid quarterback, obviously does a good job of reading defenses, but you got a number one in Julio, who's probably the hardest guy to guard, just from a pure strength and athleticism standpoint. Then you got a guy like Calvin Ridley, who might be the best route runner in the league. And then you just put the biggest mismatch of all, in this draft. It might take him a year, but I think this year he still does, like, he has a solid stat line at the end of the year, like somewhere around a modest like 700 yards or something like that. I think he's going to be he reminds me a lot about Darren Waller, except I think even more athletic.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you. I am very excited to see what Arthur Smith can do with that offense, and also not excited to see it from an NFC standpoint. I think Arthur Smith's a really good coach, and Matt Ryan, he can still sling it around. That defense is horrendous. Their defense is a bigger issue, but it's impossible to pass in a guy with Kyle Pitts' traits. So far, this is a very predictable draft, with the exception number 3, but we knew it was one of two guys at number 3. Just a quick shout out to Jeff Skender. Said he's a first time listener, first time commenter. Way to be. And Edrin Osterbach, Arthur Smith, coach of the year. I mean, he has a shit ton of weapons to utilize. If he doesn't, it'd probably be or if he's not in the contention at least for that, something went wildly wrong.
Dude, that office is pretty pumped. This guy, do you believe the hype? Do you think he's going to be, let's say 2 years down the line? Do you think he's one of the top 3 tight ends in the league?
Yeah, behind TJ Hawkinson, and George Kittle
and Cole Kmet, right?
Oh yeah, that guy plays for you. Forgot about that.
All right. So right now with number 5, Joey B just got taken out with what, an ACL, MCL, maybe even the PCL. Just a brutal leg injury.
Right.
It would probably make the most sense to draft probably the best lineman in the deepest lineman draft there is, but Joey B went to school and is, I guess, just on the front office's door, just knocking, saying, "Get my guy from LSU, Jamar Chase." That's the choice here, and that's got to make Cincy a little happy that they're probably sitting there like, "Hey, we need to make sure that he's going to be okay." But if he's the guy, right, that is clamoring for a skilled position to where we can pass up somebody to protect him, at least Cincy's got to be happy with not like completely disappointing him if they choose to go that route.
Right. And Bill Wood says Mike Davis is enough. So I don't know. But the Bengals, this is the dilemma. If you pass on Sewell and you need a top tier tackle, that team, they have Riley Reef, I guess, is their right tackle right now, and he's kind of a makeshift right tackle at best. The drop off after that, because you're assuming Slater's gone too, when you get to the second round, and then Darisaw, it's a big drop off in talent, I think, and
I disagree.
I think Sewell is going to be the pick here. Although my heart's telling me they're going to pick Chase because of the connection, but my brain is saying Sewell.
Good. We're at odds. I'll go with Chase to keep it different. But dude, honestly, with your comment about the offensive tackle, I mean, Sewell was a stud, and I'm not knocking him at all. It's just like, this is just a great draft in my eyes for tackle. They're going to be picking what, 5th in the second round. I think a guy like Dylan Radins might be there. Liam Eichenberg might be there. Dude, they have Jonah Williams from Alabama from like, I think 2 drafts ago.
Yep. Well, he's hurt his first year, and then he played decently last year. But
yeah, so I mean, they're pretty young there. They only need one guy, and I think at the very least, they get a solid, not even developmental. They get a solid right tackle with that 37th pick. I truly believe whoever's there is still going to be a solid choice, unless 10 of them go in the first round, which would make me a very happy person.
So your final pick here for the Bengals, number 5, is Jamar Chase.
We'll go with Chase. I'm gonna go get some ice cubes.
Some cubes for the juice and the vitamin V. Oh man, and I don't know how many people listening are here for the Lions or just interested in what they are, but pick number 7. I'm not seeing any trade stuff on Twitter right now. But I'm also focused on this. I'm not totally locked in to what's going on. But I am still if I had to predict what the Lions are going to do at 7 based on how this draft is falling, they're going to be trading back. That's my guess.
Are you? What's your reaction if they take somebody like Fields or Mac?
The Mac Jones one would I guess I can update then the earlier segment where we were saying what would be the worst thing that could happen. That would be taking Mac Jones at number 7. That would not be good. That would not be good, and I don't think they're going to do it. I actually don't think they're going to take a quarterback in this draft. If they do, it's going to be a backup young guy later in the draft, like a Sam Ellinger. Or I'm actually high on Jamie Newman. I think he's been underrated. I think he goes a little higher than people were expecting.
I'm shocked.
He didn't play last year at Georgia, and he was pretty good at Wake Forest. He was a Heisman contender before he got hurt. Like he was in a lot of people were putting him up in the odds for Heisman and stuff. I think he's a pretty decent quarterback. But
yeah.
Oh man, these Joe Burrow highlights are brutal with the offensive line. Sewell, baby, it's Sewell. Barney's gonna be drinking a lot tonight.
It's all right. I made my bed today.
Sewell at number 4. Sewell at number 4. You made your bed. Nice.
Dude, I hate Mel Kiper. I just want to put that out there. He looks like a fucking cartoon. I don't like him. I think he is so wrong on so many things. I think he is the draft. I think he is the draft Skip Bayless. And he looks like a freak. He looks like Squidward's home. And I just am not the biggest fan, but I am a huge fan of number 77. Just having this guy with a fucking cowboy hat. I'm all about the Bengals pick this right now.
Oh, there's some Lions fans in the crowd there. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see what happens here. That guy is enjoying his time in the limelight, though, for sure, in the chair.
Drink up.
Oh! Yep.
Dude, look at him. Look at him.
The Bengals just made a bad pick, in my opinion.
Dude, he reminds me of Deion Sanders the way he's got his
all the time. That is a solid look, though. That is swag at 110 right there.
Sure. Dude, I mean, what do you make of that? Chase? I mean, he's getting this guy back. This guy is, to me, he draws comparisons to somebody like DeAndre Hopkins, somebody that is not, a super speedy guy or super physical, but for whatever reason, he just gets a lot of separation, and he's got great hands. Do you think the LSU vibe with him and Joey B, do you think they just, I mean, it might take a year or so, but do you think they absolutely become a threat in that kind of crazy AFC? What is that, the North?
There's a problem. Yeah, the AFC North. There's a problem the Bengals have, and that is you you need to protect your quarterback to get these throws off in time.
I'll tell you what.
I think I'm a Bengals fan, I'm not happy with the pick.
If
so predictable.
I don't know what the bets are for day 2 if they're gonna post anything like that, like on DraftKings, but I would say right now, if you can lock in offensive lineman for a Bengals second pick, that's probably gonna hit.
Yeah,
And the
gotta
odds
be
the odds would
ridiculous
be
on that.
pretty decent too.
All right, so we're at number 6 now with the Dolphins, Barney.
No trade so far. Are you
No trades.
kind of getting nervous?
I still think I think the Lions are going to trade back. I really do, even if it's just a number 9. Miami's already got their pick in. Does this draft seem like it's going way faster than normal? Which is, I mean, that's good for us, I guess. But it does
Yeah, they're
seem
not
like it's
taking
going
like the full 10 minutes. The
really
pick's already
fast.
in for the Dolphins.
So
They wasted no time.
So first of all, some of our comments. So Charlie doesn't hate if the Lions pick Fields. Jack thinks Mac falls out of the first round. I think that's I don't think he's falling out of the first round. I still think he's going to be a starter in the NFL somewhere.
At the very least,
Jeff
somebody
says
somebody will trade back into like 32 or 30, to get Mac probably.
Yeah, I think so. And Jeff says that Mel Kiper would be a good Halloween costume. That would be good.
That's dynamite.
Oh man. So I think at number 6 here, though, the Dolphins are going to go with Sewell. They just got rid of their tackle. That Eric, not Eric. I can't remember the name of the tackle that they just got rid of. Eric Flowers. Eric Flowers. They just got rid of him. They need a tackle. It's either going to be, I want to say Waddle too, but I'm going to go Sewell. I think Sewell is the more sure thing for them, but Waddle could really help them out too.
I agree, and that'd be kind of funny because that was Tua's guy when they were running the national championships, right?
Right.
So do they follow suit with what Cincy did? But I think you're right. They traded away Laramie Tunsil last year, right? And I think that was a great trade because they got so much out of it. And then,
such a good trade.
But like you said, they sent Eric Flowers packing, which personally I didn't think Eric Flowers is any good. So I don't think there's no harm, no foul there. But I think you're right. Grab the best tackle in the draft, but who knows if they think Sewell's, OT number 1? Who knows? I'll go with you though. I'll go Sewell because I think that's the most logical choice.
All right, and if you're listening to this and you don't think it's Sewell, honor system, or if you get actually, if you're listening right now and you can send your predictions, I want to see them because we're at 6 now. We're past the top 5. I don't know who won our contest if anybody did.
Yeah, Justin, see if you can see if anybody. I think Stevie DiLiberto, he said he called it with the Trey Lance pick, so maybe he might be the only one in the running for that. But he's got some Spartan races coming up, so I don't know if you can have alcohol, Stevie, but I'll send you some running money. All right.
Joe thinks Devontae Smith, but that might be a hot take. That would be fascinating. I love Devontae Smith. I think he's the best wide receiver in this draft. But
I wouldn't be against it. Booger, they're all talking about wide receiver right now.
He's so smooth. Devontae Smith, I have not seen a receiver just move that fluidly. Like, I'm trying to think of guys I've seen move that fluidly. Maybe Antonio Brown to a degree. Like, they just shift in and out of their routes. Like, it's if it's a cornerback, I don't know how you defend it. It's so impossible to read where the guy's going.
And that one little move, like the fact that he's so fast, that one move that he makes just is all the separation you need.
Right. All right, here we go.
Waddle.
Oh, they went Waddle. Two wide
Dude,
receivers
look
back to
at
back.
him. He's like,
Crank up.
let's
Crank
go.
up.
Yo. Hey, that was awesome. He was like, huh? Me?
We're up, baby. We're up. Let's go. Let's go. It's Detroit Lions time. Let's go. We're up on the clock. Sewell is on the board. If we take Sewell, I'll be very happy. I will not be mad at all. I will enjoy it very much. If the Lions take Sewell, we have a top 5 offensive line in the NFL. We have Taylor Decker at left tackle, who only allowed, I think, 4 sacks last year, 5 sacks. It was a very small amount. He had a stud year. And then we have Jonah Jackson, our 3rd round pick at left guard. He's a solid left guard. Then we have Frank Ragnow, all pro center. Right guard is our biggest question. And then we have, the Lions are not trading. They are not trading. They are making the pick.
The
I think
pick is in.
They made that
It's
pick
gotta
so
be, right?
damn fast. It's got to be Sewell. It's got
or a quarterback.
It's either Sewell or Field. It's either Sewell or Field. Man, this is good. So the worst thing that could happen, Mac Jones. Best thing that could happen, I'm going to say Sewell. But Justin Fields would be absolutely thrilling just going forward as a Lions fan.
I just want to say,
I'm moving up and down, moving around. This is going to be going here a little bit.
We're at 7, and if Sewell is the pick here, this is where I told you from the beginning of the draft. If 2 of the guys, any combination of those guys, are at 8, then the Bears might be players in trying to move up. I don't know if I agree with it at all. I don't know if I love the fact that we'd be trading away future draft capital, as this is the first time in a while that we've been in the first round. But
yeah,
this is where things for me also get very tense.
I really wish I could be in the draft room to hear the offers for pick number 7. If they were offered a 3rd rounder to go back to 9 for Denver, I probably would have done it. The Lions need draft picks.
I'm shocked that there hasn't been a trade.
I'm surprised this pick was in after like 30 seconds. They
got to be so happy.
They got to be. This is yeah. I'm just nervous about what's going to happen here, but they can't go wrong.
Let me say
really. The Lions need so much help at so many positions that
all right.
Wait. Who do you think they're taking? Who do you think they're taking?
I think it's Sewell, but if you're going to go with Sewell, then I'll just choose somebody else.
I think it's Sewell.
You said Devontae Smith was your favorite wide receiver. Not that you want him here, but you said he was the number 1 wide receiver in this draft, right?
That's what I thought coming in.
So I'm going to go with him. But do you think, would you be upset if you went with him?
I said it earlier tonight. Yes, I do not want a wide receiver at number 7. I already think the first 2 wide receivers here have been overdrafted. I think they've been drafted way too high.
All I'm saying is that is a good bet so far for our offensive wide receivers and our offensive players right now. Hey, we're inching closer for anyone that's following around that took those bets. All right, keep checking them off as every time an offensive player gets drafted.
You asked me who tonight might make the crazy WTF pick, and it might be the Lions here. We could go Micah Parsons for all I know. We barely mentioned his name. It would shock the hell out of me just because I don't think he's worth the 7th pick.
Dude,
but
you know what?
I think it's Sewell. I think it's Sewell. You know what? When Taylor Decker's contract is up, the contract that he signed last year, his extension, Sewell will only be 25 years old. He can get that. He can take over that left tackle position eventually. So I think there's more flexibility and a higher ceiling or higher floor rather for Sewell than taking somebody else like that. So we'll see.
I think it's definitely Sewell. But I want to change my pick. Instead of Devonta Smith, I want to go with Micah Parsons because Dan Campbell wants people that'll be biting kneecaps off. All right. And I think if there's one guy in this draft that's going to be biting some kneecaps and that screams Dan Campbell, it's Micah Parsons. I don't think I'm right, but I want to drink and I wanted to say that.
Fair enough, man. I'm waiting. The pick has been in forever. What's taking them so damn long? I'm standing up. I'm moving around. Can't sit still. D. Gray says the Lions are drafting a punter. Come on. Give us some credit here. Give us some credit, D. Gray. I believe that's Devlin though.
Devlin going with the Najee. The Najee. Drafting a punter.
There it is. There it is. Motor City Dan Campbell right there. The whole draft room. Brad Holmes, baby. They're all happy. Rod Wood's in there. Sheila Ford Camp. We got the whole crew. I've never seen a happier.
Don't forget about Sheila.
She is so short compared to the rest of the room. She is so damn short.
Dude, look at this character. Look at this fucking character with his hard hat on.
Here we go, baby. Here we go. Headphones need to come off for a second here. Oh, let's go. Let's go. I like it. All right. So hold on. Come here. Really quick, Barney. I got my this is my co-host of my other podcast, Drinking a Blue Kool-Aid. This is Rud Dog right here. So Rud Dog, I'm gonna take off the headphones for a second. Rud Dog, I want to get your opinion really quick on the pick here.
Ooh, I love it. We just ascended to the top 5 offensive line in the league right now. I'm excited.
But I mean, Barney, what do you think? I'm elated. Like I said, I think this is a top 5 offensive line too.
I think, Big Z, we rarely share the same opinion. All right. However, this is one where I'm 100% behind you. I just like you would have loved to trade back. However, this is a guy that'll be around. This is clearly, OT1 in a very deep draft. You guys just solidified a very good line to go up against, some pretty tough defenses in the league or in the division or in the league. So my thoughts are
20.
My thoughts are I would give that grade. I would give that A minus. I'm going to say A minus because I would rather have had the trade back. But
yeah,
you can't go wrong with a 9. A minus is still an A. All right.
Yeah, I'll be fascinated to see if we ever hear if they were offered something.
Barney, get it right.
But man, this is exciting though with the Lions. I could see them drafting a guard later in this draft too to complete that offensive line. But also, it should be mentioned that they have Big V, our right tackle, quote unquote, that we signed last year. He can move down to guard for this season. And look at him. He's got the hat, baby. He's got the draft hat on. Let's go. I like it. Me and Panay wearing the same hat. I'll have to learn how to pronounce his name 100% correctly going forward.
Hey,
but I am I love it. I love it, baby. I'm very excited. Mac Jones is sitting in that room wondering what the hell is going on with his life. But I'm over here having a good time. Sewell, baby.
Dude, that's something that we have to bring up real quick before I believe, in the next 5 or so picks, I think there's going to be a trade. I think one of these guys are going to get grabbed at least before 12. It'd be curious to have Remy on the phone here because who knows if he wouldn't hate having, because Kirk's not going to be around forever in Minnesota. So, if these guys drop, like I said, they might. At 14, do they take him? But Mac Jones right now, since 30 days ago, thought he was going to be the definite slam dunk number 3 pick. And now he's sitting here. Like, is he about to be Aaron Rodgers 2.0 in terms of the draft day slide?
I think Mac Jones still goes tonight at some point, but who knows?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I think Aaron Rodgers won at like 22 or 24 or something like that. I think he'll still go. I'm just saying, are they going to be putting the camera on him as like, pick 12, pick 15, pick 17 coming in, and he's just like, son of a bitch.
Oh man, this Lions offensive line, babe, we're gonna be biting so many goddamn kneecaps. It's gonna be phenomenal. I love. This is the guy. This is the first draft. I'm pumped. I'm pumped. Bob Quinn didn't do a lot right in his time, but what he did do was put a lot of resources into the offensive line, and this is kind of the capper to that. Taylor Decker, Frank Ragnow, Bob Quinn took a lot of Jonah Jackson, a lot of time on that offensive line. I will still not understand why we did not re-sign Graham Glasgow. It still kind of befuddles me. But now we have Big V instead. We can put him at right guard if he's healthy. And Penei Sewell plays like his tape has shown. Jared Goff's gonna have all day back there, and maybe he can live up to the potential that Brad Holmes saw, and that got him that big contract.
That wouldn't quite
out, baby. Do not count them out. The Lions still need 11 players on defense, or maybe 9 players on defense. But we'll be controlling the ball on one line of scrimmage at least.
Did this Penei Sewell pick completely turn over the tank that you've been saying about next year? Is how they'll be so bad? Are you saying now that they are going to threaten the North?
Whoa, hold on a second. I have never I drink the blue Kool-Aid till I die, Barney. I drink the blue Kool-Aid till I will never say they're gonna have a terrible season. But all the moves that they have made, a lot of 1 year, like their whole wide receiver core is pretty much on a 1 year contract, besides Quintez Cephas, who's drafted. So he's on a rookie contract. And then you have a defense with linebackers signing 1 year deals. So the team has a lot of 1 and 2 year deals on their team, so they have not played they're not playing the long game right now. They're waiting they're bringing veterans in until they can bring these draft picks in, and so next year's draft is going to be great. We have so many draft picks, so I'm never saying they're going to take. I will predict above 500 records every year. Even this upcoming year, you can bet your ass I'll be betting at a minimum 9-7, but we know it's going to get into double digits, especially with 17 games. I forgot they're playing 17 games. I just reminded myself. Oh shit! We gotta. I guess there's another pick we got to talk about, Barney. The Panthers are coming up here. Let's see what they do. Another not trade. And a lot of people thought there'd be a trade here. Let's see. Wait, what's your prediction?
JC Horn.
Oh, we didn't get to make the prediction. Oh, wow, the first quarterback, JC Horn. Wow.
Hey, I'll just get the drink ready because I was not about to pick him. All right.
I wasn't either.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I bet you right now the Saints are trying to get up and get maybe Patrick Surtain, and I bet you Dallas is scared and they might try to go up just to make sure they get Surtain. Who knows? But I know from a lot of reports that's who they wanted. I think personally, Dallas should go after Micah Parsons. You team him up with Leighton Vander Esch and Jalen Smith, and I think that would be one of the fastest, fiercest defensive front sevens that you could have. And I'm not even talking about their defensive linemen.
Bill Wood's asking if Swift's going to go off. Yeah. Is that a question? Now we got Sewell. Now we got Ragnow. Now we got Decker. Now we got Jonah Jackson. Now we got Big V at right guard where he should be all along. Yes. Draft DeAndre Swift in the first round of your fantasy drafts. I know it's way too early, but I don't care. Draft him because the guy can also catch it out of the backfield. Don't forget, too. We're going to be play action galore. We're going to be biting kneecaps off, and we're actually going to fake bite kneecap and then do a play action and then throw it over the top of you. Man, this is
Dude, I'm just happy.
I'm loving it more than I thought I would. And now that it's actually real, I'm loving it even more.
I'm happy that you're this, excited about the pick. That I did not expect this either.
I hope he doesn't break my heart. Like, I I don't want a guy that's like got a million injuries throughout his career and stuff. I hope I'm not jinxing him by saying this, but we've seen it before. If he can be what Taylor Decker has become, that's awesome. I mean, left tackle, right tackle. That right tackle position has been a huge. Bob Quinn could never figure it out. We brought in Rick Wagner, and then when Rick Wagner got released, he got signed to the Packers for $5 million, like 20% of what he's being paid by the Lions. Just a complete bust. In terms of value. I mean, Tyrell Crosby was serviceable at best. He's a good swing tackle, like a guy that Tyrell Crosby adds really good depth to the Lions' offensive line, but he is not a perennial starter like Sewell can be. And Adam Schefter just tweeted that some scouts think Sewell is the most surefire Hall of Famer in this draft out of anybody. Maybe that's just drinking the Kool-Aid, but I'm drinking that, baby. I'll drink that Kool-Aid all day.
I'm sorry. What did you catch? I had some volume come up on my shit. What?
Oh no! Adam Schefter tweeted that some scouts were told him that Sewell is the most surefire Hall of Famer in this draft class.
Really?
I love hearing that. I love hearing that. That's what I like to hear. I mean, this guy is 20 years old, and if you watch his tape, his athleticism is outrageous. The thing that concerns me, like a lot of these guys, they opted out for a year, so there's going to be some catching up to do. And then with COVID still going on and the workouts, people not showing up, I mean, it's basically going to be like 2 months before the start of the season was when he gets his first taste of NFL reps. So
Look,
I mean, that's a concern for every rookie, not just him. But
Big Z, I've been nice to you about this pick, and I do like the pick. However, I got to say one thing.
Thanks, buddy.
And you just brought it
All
up.
right.
I'm not trying to be controversial or anything like that. 2020 was a crazy year. I get it. Whatever you want to think, you think. But if you opted out, does football come first? I don't think so. And football has to come first for people I'm picking. So it worries me that here we go, another phenomenal player that plays for the Lions that retires before he's 30, just like your greatest two players ever.
Yeah. I'm just I'm elated with the pick. I'm overjoyed. My cheeks are rosy red right now. So I mean, Barney, we didn't get. I know we were both not going to pick J.C. Horn. But who do we think that the Broncos are going to take here?
You know what? This is Vic Fangio, all right, and I think with the emergence of oh man, I'm forgetting his name, but Garrett Bowles, the left tackle. He had a dog shit first year, but he really killed it this last year. He was like the top two, I think, offensive tackle in the league in all important parameters. If that didn't happen, I would have thought definitely Rashawn Slater. However, with Vic Fangio being there, I like Micah Parsons here with the pick. I like something defensive. For me, the defensive line is one of the, not more impressive positions in this draft. Neither is safety, right? So now I'm looking at cornerback, which is deep, and linebacker, which, if you grab somebody like Zaven Collins or Micah Parsons, or Jeremiah Owusu-Kamara, who might be a Swiss Army knife that I wouldn't be shocked if he took him.
I love him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big Notre Dame guy, and I would say Jock. I'm going to say Micah Parsons. However, I would love to see Jeremiah come off.
I think Justin Fields is going to go here at 9. The Broncos need a quarterback. They've been begging for a quarterback. Justin Fields would be fun. He'd be fun in that offense. I think they have a decent enough offensive line where he makes that offense a lot more fun.
So we're at
I mean, they're showing the quarterbacks right now. Drew Lock is
we're
not. I don't think he's the answer.
we're
Drew
at
Lock's
pick
like
9 right here, and
yeah.
so far, what is that? 7 offensive picks, 1 defensive pick. The defensive pick being J.C. Horn.
Yeah,
Is that right,
that is correct.
dude? I'm shocked that J.C. Horn was the first defensive pick player. Like that. That's
That is pretty
like
crazy.
just
A
that's
lot
crazy.
of people wouldn't have predicted that. And we said Steve Dilberto won, right? That's been officially.
Did he have the top 5? I'm not sure if he had
did.
the top 5.
He did. He did. Our producer just confirmed it.
Stevie D. Hey, we're gonna talk. All right. The next Spartan race, I'm gonna get you just a pallet of body armors or Gatorades or something. We're gonna have ourselves a good time. I'll be your manager. All right. Don't forget me.
Oh man. So Broncos, I'm going Justin Fields and you're going Micah Parsons. Let's see. Let's see what
Dude,
happens.
where did they get these guys? Do you see that? Oh man.
I think they're just pulling them out of the crowd. I don't know. Let's see.
All right, defense. I knew they were going to go defense with that.
Wow, another cornerback.
Dude, I think Dallas.
Wow.
I think Dallas
Justin
is going to take
is
part.
falling. Justin Fields is falling. I could see Dallas taking Slater here.
Dude, I told you. 2 of the guys would fall past 10, or well, they're not past 10 yet, but I think they will. I think Dallas. I think if Dallas doesn't trade back here, I think they go defense here.
I mean, who would you have rather have had, J.C. Horn or Patrick Surtain?
Oh, dude, I don't think you can really go wrong with either. I love Surtain. I think he's more by the cut here. I think J.C. Horn's the more athletic guy. But as far as fundamentals go and just straight up physicality and just, dude, he's a Saban product. I don't know what it is about these defensive players, that come out of Alabama, but they're just not the physical traits, dude. They have the brains for it all. Micah Fitzpatrick, this guy just screams, shut down in my eyes. So it's tough. I like both those guys, but I might have went with Surtain just because I think he's just a general.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he has the higher floor of the 2 cornerbacks.
Yes,
only because of his production in the SEC compared to that of J.C. Horn. But I think Horn does have the higher ceiling, so I can understand why he went before Surtain. Slightly more athletic, good in man-to-man. So that'll be interesting. The Panthers, last year they drafted all defense, and this year they go in the first round defense again. Fascinating. I mean, literally, the Panthers, every single draft pick last year, first team to ever do it, all defense, not a single offensive player. And then they go and do it again at pick number 8. Yeah, the draft, the trade offers must be terrible.
Well, I think that San Francisco and Miami, they set it so fucking high. I mean, once those trades were in, it's a king's ransom, right? So I'm shocked that there hasn't been a trade, at least like on the phones as the calls are coming up. That's a different scenario, right? But Mac Jones got a wooden watch on right now. Oh, my boy. This hurts. This hurts that I'm watching that right now. I'm hurt. I'm hurt for you, buddy. I'm hurt for you. Maybe you go to 20. Maybe you go to 20, my friend. Who knows?
Who do we think is going to the Cowboys here at number 10?
I would love Micah Parsons on that team. I really would. Somebody else that I think would be
going to fall.
Somebody else that I think would be a solid. I'm thinking defense. And
wait. Barney. Adam Schefter just tweeted that Dallas is likely to trade out of number 10 here. So let's see what happens.
So maybe here comes a quarterback.
Yeah. The Patriots most likely candidate, but I don't know.
Or
why
maybe
I say
it's
the
the
most
Saints coming up for
Washington.
For somebody. I don't know.
The word was that the Saints are going to try to trade up for a cornerback, though. So
right.
Yep, here comes the trade. Yep, here it comes.
Eagles. Wow, two picks up. I think it's Devonta Smith. Well, obviously,
that'd be fun.
I think it's Devonta Smith. I think they struck out 2 years in a row with wide receivers, and I think they're getting Devonta.
I don't want to see Devonta Smith. I don't want to see Devonta Smith go to the Eagles. I want to root for him in his career.
Three. I hate the Eagles. I fucking hate the city of Philadelphia. However,
so
three wide receivers in the top 10 really helps the juice pick. All right. With the 4.5. All right. The 4.5 wide receivers. So I'm hoping for Devonta.
Yeah. I mean, Eagles fans, I think, are going to be extremely pissed if they don't take Devonta Smith, especially trading up at this point. And if you're curious what Dallas got, they got an extra. They swapped first rounders here. And then Dallas picked up an extra third round pick, which is what I thought the Lions might do with Denver, but Denver clearly didn't want a Justin Fields, and now makes a little more sense. And it's also fascinating. The Panthers are rolling with Sam Darnold as their starting quarterback. I thought there might be a competition or something with a guy they drafted, but Sam Darnold's going to be their starter.
Dude, so I'm watching this right now, and that clip of Devonta, I think that's the clear guy you got to get. But
yeah, that's my
it
prediction.
It didn't look like he got a phone call just yet, so I'm kind of getting worried.
Let's see. Are they going up to the? Oh no, they still got 2 minutes left. Said. It looked like the pick was in based on the room they were showing.
Well, if you're trading up, I feel like the pick should be in.
Right. I'll grab another beer. So I'll grab another beer. I'm empty right now after.
Yeah.
Well, the clock's still going. Let me grab one really quick. Got the fridge right next to me. This is great. Oh my God.
Hey, I just want to say, Devlin Gray, I see that comment. Goldman opted out. Goldman, yeah, I'm going to walk it back because he's a Bear, all right, and I love him. But it's because he's got asthma and he was generally afraid to have that impact himself. So I'm okay with that. He had a health condition. So Goldman, if you can get back and start plugging those holes, I would be very, very happy Bears fan, buddy, because we missed you out there. Billy, you're saying that's going to be a tough defense to throw on. I'm assuming that you're talking about the Broncos here with that pick with Surtain. You're right, dude. I mean, I think the evil genius, Fake Fangio, he already game plans in a way that makes teams, teams never play well against him, no matter who it is. It's always low scoring affairs. I love unders in the Denver games, but you're right. I mean, he got his guy. I think they just sent out last year Chris Harris Jr. I think Aqib Talib's done. So that he did inherit a really good defensive back secondary crew when he joined, but that crew isn't there, and they definitely got that spot bolstered up with Surtain. Big Z, I'll tell you what, one of my favorite bets this entire week, because I've been looking at all this stuff the entire time and I was reading all the news and whatnot. And I thought Elijah Vera Tucker over 14.5 was a lock, but I got scared from the Chargers and the Vikings. But the fact that Rashawn Slater is still on the board makes me feel like maybe I should have pulled the trigger on that bet. But, hindsight's always 2020.
Yeah, I'd be feeling good about that right now. He's good, but he's not compared to some of these guys left on the board, not up on that level. All right, let's see.
I knew it.
Oh,
dude, the
yeah,
fact that
we said it.
Dude, they take I don't even know his name. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but that's a testament to what I'm saying. JJ Carcy, whatever the hell. Yeah, that guy, the guy they chose before DK Metcalf. And then last year they chose Jalen Rieger, the pick before Justin Remy's boy, Justin. I don't know why I'm blanking. Jefferson. Now they traded up.
Too much vitamin V.
They traded. Yeah, I'm feeling the vitamin V right now. But they traded up to make sure that they got Devonta Smith, and I love the pick. I hate the fact that he's going to Philly because Philly is just the city of trash, dude. I hate that place, but. Devonta Smith, wide receiver, being a Heisman Trophy. Love the guy.
I wanted to root for him in his NFL career, and now I'm going to have to root against him. It kind of stinks.
Yeah. I'll root against him unless I grab him in fantasy, because I will say I think the game plan will be, fit around him. And hey, let's just say, dude, Jalen Hurts. We're talking about Joey B with Chase and Tua.
Wait, Barney, hold the phone. The Bears are trading up at 11. Let's go.
Son of a bitch.
Let's go. It's happening. The Bears are trading up to 11. I don't know what they're giving up, but
I fucking knew it. I knew it.
Who is it for?
I knew it.
Right? It's got to be quarterback, right?
I think it's quarterback, and I knew it, and I didn't say it on the pod or at the start of this because I didn't want anybody thinking I'm crazy, but I did a little sprinkles plus 500 Bears getting a QB here. And I haven't seen anything on my screen, so I don't see anything, but Mac Jones or Justin Fields. I don't know who the fuck I want, dude. I don't know.
Adam Schefter tweeted it. That's what I'm that's where my excitement
I'll say this. I hope to God we didn't trade away our 52nd big pick, because I think that 52nd pick could be a very, very good lineman. And
I agree. It's deep.
I hope they had the sense to say, hey, if we got to give you a second, it's next year. I'm sure there's more, but I'm glad we waited till at least the 11th pick. It probably wasn't as demanding, but who knows? There's Ryan fucking Pace at the helm, and he could have said, "Hey, let's trade away 3 fucking first round picks to make sure we got our guy."
But Barney, you want the details? Here it is. So the Bears gave up next year's first rounder, this year's 5th rounder, and next year's 4th rounder.
All right. Well, you know what? I'll say this. First off, first reaction, actually not the worst, draft capital to lose. Like I said, this is a very, very, very deep offensive line draft, and I think that is priority number 1. Obviously, a good quarterback, to most people's priority number 1. I get that, but if we can't protect the motherfucker, then it's just stupid. And so this is the deepest offensive line draft. The fact that we kept 52 makes me a happy person. Mac Jones has not received the call yet. Mac Jones, Justin Fields, honestly, I'm cool with either. Mac Jones got the dad bod going on, smoking cigars after national championship victories. I love that. He's a very accurate passer. Love that. Justin Fields also, brings that athleticism. You have the concerns about Ohio State quarterbacks, and how they've fared in the NFL. Basically, none of them work out ever. But, we'll see. The pick's in, and I knew they were going to fucking trade for a quarterback. And let's see who it is.
The Bears hate first rounders more, or just as much as the Rams do in recent memory. Just toss them around.
Dude, I will just say it's not the worst. You said this year's 5th rounder and next year's 4th and 1st. Not the worst, but that hurts.
Yeah.
I got to take a piss after this too. I need my vitamin.
It'll be this is the excitement that we've been waiting for, though. A trade, but so I mean, giving up another one, that's a lot to move up 9 picks.
Jake Zeller says, Pace said, if I'm going down, you're coming with me. That's the exact attitude that I'm feeling from this pick. He's clinging on for dear fucking life here. And if this, this is the sort of thing like with Jordan Love, right? Like before the season started, there was reports out of the Green Bay camp saying Jordan Love is miles behind where we thought he might be, right? And I think, as the season progresses, we're going to find out if whoever the fuck this is ready. But we'll see. I'm so perplexed right now.
Here we go. Baby.
I made a little money, though, a little Skrilla on that pick, so I'm happy.
Oh, just get on with the pick already. No, we don't want to hear this.
Who do you think's the better quarterback, Big Z?
Fields, probably. Higher ceiling, but lower floor than Mac Jones.
I think their floors are relatively the same, I think. But we'll see. I don't know who I want. I would probably say Fields. However, I think Mac Jones is a beast. He just looks like somebody I'd love to drink with and actually watch football games on Sunday at one of the bars in Chicago. Not an actual NFL quarterback, but I love it. Billy Wood thinks it's Fields. Dan Russell thinks it's Fields. I think they're right.
All right, here we go.
All right. Fields, QB1,
Justin
baby.
Fields
QB1.
to the Bears. What do you think? Starter day one?
You know what? I'm just gonna say this. I sprinkled a little bit on this pick because, dude, Pace, as much as he like the things I hate about him are documented. I've said millions of things. However, I will say when it comes to draft day, not a lot of shit gets out, into the public, and I love that. However, I felt very comfortable with this pick because you take us back to the Trubisky draft. We signed Mike Glennon a month before, and we said, hey, this is our guy. This is our QB1, blah, blah, blah. And they took the Twitter, put that on there, and it was the exact same with Andy Dalton. It was, this is QB1, whatever, blah, blah. And I was like, all right, if one of the guys fall a little bit, we're going to get him. And I didn't know if it would be Justin Fields. At that time, 2 months ago, I thought Justin Fields would probably go, top 3, top 4. But
why did Justin Fields fall to you at 11? Why did he fall to 11, do you think?
Dude, they say he's got he throws at a low point and has like mechanic issues that the Matt Millers and the fucking Mel Kipers say that can't be fixed. What I see is I think he's a football player. And, I don't want to get lame here and say he reminds me a little bit of Russell Wilson. I'm not trying to say anything like that, but he extends plays. He's extremely athletic. Another knock of his is that he doesn't read, defense as well. But, dude, I mean, this is a quarterback pick for the Bears, who have basically never had a good quarterback. The best quarterback we've ever had is Jay Cutler. And anyone who wants to deny that is just wrong. They're wrong. Sid Luckman, dude, that was like the 40s. Shut the fuck up. They ran the ball 90% of the time. Jim McMahon, loved the guy to death. Would love to hang out with him. Love to have a scotch with him. Guess what? He was not a great fucking quarterback. We have never had a good quarterback. And I just want to say, Aaron Rodgers wanting out of Green Bay changes my perplexion on getting a quarterback here, because we do have the defense. We have a defense. And if Fields, I think it's going to take time, but if Fields can be a top 10 quarterback in the league, I would even if he's, from 8 to 12, right in that area with our defense, I think that the sky's the limit.
I mean, I don't hate the pick for the Bears. I understand why they did it. It's tough, man. We'll see. I mean, his is like I was saying before the pick was in. I just think he has a low floor, but his ceiling is ridiculous. But you've been shitting on Matt Nagy and the coaching staff and the play calling for the last couple of years. Do you trust them to get Justin Fields in the right position to succeed?
So here's my thing, and I've said it obviously week to week. We have 2 episodes a week, during the season. And for anybody that's on that normally doesn't tune in, let me just tell you, dude, I'm not the biggest fan of Matt Nagy. All right? Yeah, subscribe. I'm not the biggest fan of Matt Nagy. I'm not the biggest fan of Ryan Pace. All right? I think they have had chances on chances on chances. Things that bug me about Matt Nagy, right, are when it's 3rd and short or 4th and 1. And 7 times this year, we went with Cordero Patterson to run the ball up the middle. A guy that's a kick returner. I love Cordero Patterson. I think he's the best special teamer in the league. But he doesn't know how to read a hole. He doesn't know how to make agile cuts. We have David Montgomery, who's one of the best missed tacklers in the league. And he would take him out on those downs to put in Cordero. Like, from a fundamental standpoint, I think Nagy's a fucking idiot. However, at the quarterback position, I'm just gonna be a Bears guy through and through. So I want whoever the hell is under center to thrive, and I'm gonna root for him. However,
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty clear just from watching the back of his helmet, right? Mitch Trubisky, I could tell, was in total panic mode the second he got the ball. All right. So this is where we find out if it was all on Matt Nagy. I think quite a bit of blame can be put on Matt Nagy. I don't think he's exempt from anything. He did so much dumb shit. But if it comes down to the fact that, hey, Mitch just couldn't read a defense, which he couldn't, that's true. If that's the difference in just being able to move the chains and get a field goal every now and then, I'm all right with it.
Yeah, here comes the Dallas pick, Barney. Who do we think they're going to go
I'm
with here?
I'm going to go with Micah Parsons, and I'm going to take a piss.
I'm going to go Rashawn Slater. So, just crazy stuff with the Bears trading up. There's going to be a lot of reactions. We have Dan Wood saying the Bears are the new Browns. Add Fields to the list. If you're talking about the list of quarterbacks and trying to find a starter quarterback, I think the Bears are already there, Dan. Let's see if they can maybe stop that for now. But I'm going to stop talking as we get the Cowboys pick in from this Cowboy. Oh, girl. Oh, Barney got it. Barney got it. Good call, Barney. Good call. You're not even here. I'll drink on that one. Oh, good. Micah Parsons going to 12. A lot of people had him possibly as a top 10. Falls to number 12, probably because of the off-field issues, but the guy is an athletic freak. Seeing him go to Dallas is that's a fun one, at least. We'll see a lot of him on national TV because we all know the Cowboys live on national TV, even if none of us enjoy it. But you're right, Barney. Good call, man. Good call. You got it. I really thought the Cowboys were gonna go O-line there.
Dude, I thought that, had Surtain been there, I think that's the only reason why they traded back, right? But what was it? Denver at 9. They knew, and they kept their word inside the war room, and I love that. But when it comes to this pick, dude, I mean, I don't know how you feel about linebackers, but this guy has got closing speed. This guy is dude, this is a guy that I'm looking at as if I'm a running back trying, having to pick up a block or whatnot, that I am legitimately please God, from the Little Giants, getting super worried about this dude. The fact that there's Jalen Smith, him, and Leighton Vander Esch, that's gonna be a crew that's got to be the best linebacking crew in the entire NFL.
Yeah, that's fun, and they'll have Dak Prescott back next year. They still need defensive line help.
Dude, and you know what's good about this is I'm always rooting for the players. You always hear about off the field shit, right? Nobody ever wants that. These are just dudes that are just trying to make a living, but also, their living is just based off of how good they are at something, right? So it's understandable when things get to their heads. But the good thing about him, Micah Parsons, and his off the field issues going to Dallas is, for whatever you want to say, it's America's team, right? You can arguably say, hey, Dallas is bigger than you, and for him, even if he becomes the guy there 3, 4, or 5 years down the road, Dallas is bigger than him. And that might be able to keep him zoned in to where, maybe if he went to some other place, small market, whatever, he might be thinking, I got to get the fuck out of here. I want to go to a better team, and start being a that's where the off the field issues would show up. But I think it's a great pick. I think the Chargers right here are so happy. I think they're going to go offensive line. Do they want to go Vera Tucker at the guard position and tackle because he has that versatility? He's definitely going to go probably at guard, but Big Z, people that can play different spots are more useful, right? But there is Rashawn Slater, and the Chargers,
Barney,
I think, are going with one of those guys.
Barney, some people project Slater to be a guard potentially, so I think he has some versatility too. I think they're going to go Slater here, and I think it's a slam dunk pick for the Chargers that they didn't have to move up at all, and they get their. I think this is the guy they wanted from the beginning. I think they go with him at 13.
This is an absolute slam dunk pick for them, whatever they want to do. But for anybody, like if you were to have Rashawn Slater be a guard, let me tell you, you must have one good offensive line. And that is not what the Chargers have. So
no,
I think he's definitely tackle if he goes here. I think he's definitely tackle if he goes to Minnesota. And I think he's definitely tackle if he goes to New England, which would be the next 3 picks. He's definitely going to one of these picks. But we'll see. New England was high on Jones. I mean, this is LA Chargers got to be pretty fucking pumped. They might want to trade back if they can, but there's not a lot of people trading. They might want to trade back just like 3 picks and for sure get, one of the guys that they think they could get. But the pick's in.
Right.
The pick is in.
The pick is in. I don't think they took much time to think about this one. I thought this draft was moving quick at first. Now it's moving way slower.
I'll tell you what, I really, really hope it's Slater because I don't want Slater to go to the Vikings. I don't want him to keep the purple. All right. I know Remy, this was his dream pick in the episode that we released, right? But I'm going Rashawn Slater here with the Chargers. And I will be very upset if he doesn't get picked here because he's probably definitely going to Minnesota.
For sure. Oh man, this draft was moving really fast at the beginning, maybe because we knew the picks and stuff, but it slowed down a little bit for sure with some of these trades. But man, I mean, Justin Fields going to the Bears. I don't think a lot of people had that coming into the night. It's definitely the biggest surprise of the night, biggest trade of the night for sure. It'll be fascinating to see what the Bears could do. He's a cursed man coming into that building, Barney, just based on your history.
Yeah, but as you were saying,
is he the one to let
I have
the
this
curse?
natural ability, Big Z, to just tune you the fuck out. And I was reading while you were saying all that. Dan Russell, Super Bears, Super Bowl. And I'm telling you, I'm all in right now. I'm all in.
Best Bears quarterback since Jay Cutler.
I mean, I'd take that as a win. I think Jay Cutler's the best quarterback to ever wear the blue and orange. So, dude, I mean, that's crazy. I was very afraid that we would pick, maybe trade up to 4, or like I said in the beginning, if 2 of the guys were going to be there at 8, I thought Carolina's pick. I thought with the fact that Denver just got Teddy Bridgewater, I thought that might have been the pick we were picking too. But the fact that we got out of the top 10, right? Like the top 10 holds this, aura of, hey, you got to trade the boat to get in here. I'm glad that happened, that he went to 11. We chose him at 11. We gave up this year's 5th and next year's 4th and next year's 1st. If this is the guy, this is the guy. But let's get a fucking offensive lineman to go at 52, and I will be very happy as a Bears fan. I think Bears fans should be happy.
Barney, if it works out for you, You can forget all those Patrick Mahomes, Trubisky memes and the edited videos and stuff, and then people will start sending him to like the Panthers and the Broncos instead. With Justin Fields falling all the way to 11, where a lot of people thought the Panthers or the Broncos or even the Patriots would have traded up for him early in the draft here, or the other three quarterbacks. Like Trevor Lawrence is not none of these guys are guarantees.
Right.
It always seems like one of those.
I think we
guys
got the
that
most
people
athletic
overlook.
quarterback.
Yeah, it depends how you define athleticism to a degree. Like Zach Wilson can throw off platform, I think, better than Justin Fields can. So he's more athletic in that regard. And Trevor Lawrence, I mean, that guy's athletic too.
No, and I'm not trying to say that. I just mean like, all right, this guy runs like what, a 4.42.
Yeah,
you know,
it's
like
ridiculous.
I just think he's he's got more gadgets, right? But
it's a great question here too for you. Can I ask you another question? So we talked about Matt Nagy, we talked about the coaching scheme, but the biggest knock that at least I think the biggest knock that Matt Nagy had with Trubisky, athletic guy, extremely athletic guy. The Bears seem to seldomly use that athleticism well in their scheme. So do you trust Matt Nagy to use Justin Fields' athleticism in their scheme going forward here? I would be a little skeptical.
Let me cut you off there. All right. Let me say this. Here, the Chargers picks in. Let's just look at this.
All right, let's listen.
Slater.
We both think Slater.
Cheers.
There it is. That was the most predictable one of the draft since like the since the second pick.
Yes, it was. And so this pick right here, so I was worried. This pick right here is where I thought the Vera Tucker, which was my favorite bet to start, and I didn't even go with it. Vera Tucker was 15.5. This is where I thought he would be chosen at the Vikings pick here. We'll see. I think that's the pick. That's who I'll go with. But to answer your question, this is the difference between in my eyes, Justin Fields and Mitch Trubisky. Mitch Trubisky couldn't understand zone coverage. Okay. He couldn't. And Green Bay Packers DBs, they honestly have just been like, I don't know, like a pretty good defensive secondary for like 1 year, right? Like they were like the worst 2 years ago or 3 years ago. I mean, they were atrocious. Yet they would say when they had like the most supreme confidence when Mitch Trubisky was in, because they knew they had him beat, which is crazy. In a passing league, you think the quarterback has the biggest advantage of anything because he knows everyone's fucking routes, what everyone needs to do, and it's a pass-friendly league. However, he couldn't understand those things. So what teams would do is they would just drop into zone coverage and disguise their blitzes to the point where they always had somebody to account for him and his athleticism. So they said, hey, after the first year when he ran for like, I don't know, 600 yards, like they were like, all right, all we got to do is just make sure he doesn't run for 600 yards because that's basically how he busts open games. They're still scoring under 24 points a game. So all we need to do is make sure he doesn't go off for that 35-yard run and get a field goal or a touchdown out of it. So when it comes to Justin Fields, I think it's a completely different quarterback. Can this guy understand coverages? It's going to take him some time. He's from Ohio State. You got guys like JT Barrett. You got guys like Braxton Miller. He was a wide receiver that, like that Dwayne converted. You got guys like Dwayne Haskins who don't go to school. They get, but like what I'm saying is,
wait, Barney, we have a quick, just a quick update. The Vikings are trading out of pick 14 here. Per Adam Schefter.
Fuck.
So
I think that Barrett Tucker was the pick.
You had him under 15.5?
No, I thought it was over. I thought it was
So
over,
you're
and
so you
Minnesota
be
would
good.
take him. I didn't, but
So
I
you should
didn't
be
put the
good
bet
if
in.
you think it's. Oh,
I didn't. I got
oh,
worried.
that's right.
I thought that I did not think Rashawn Slater would slip, and then I thought the Chargers would pick either him or whoever, Darashaw maybe, and then
Wow. I'm going to try to find out the details of the trade here.
So, hey, Big Z, real
Um,
quick, how many offensive players so far have been taken in these first 13 picks? Has it just
let's
been
see.
3 defensive players? I'm pretty sure it's just been
I,
3 defensive players.
yeah, it's been Horn, Sertan, and Parsons. So, I mean, we knew coming in it was an offensive heavy draft. So, oh, the
All right, so
Jets moving up to 14. The Jets moving up to 14 here.
for all my
We'll to see what the compensation was because Remy was predicting that Darisaw would be the pick here. But then now the Vikings are trading back, so I'm not sure what his thoughts are.
Well, I think the news that just came out about Darisaw, the fact that he had been playing this entire season, and I love the fact that he wanted to be out there for his guys, but the fact that he was out there the entire season with a significant groin injury, I think is pushing people off this pick. At least the first couple, like the first half of the 15. I still think he goes first round, obviously. But I think he'll go more in the 20s. Darashaw. I could be wrong. Jets would want him right now, and that wouldn't shock me either.
Maybe Remy's prediction can come true still.
Where were the Jets at?
So I'm looking right now. I need to look here.
Because they just
the
had
Jets,
2, right? They didn't have a second pick.
The Jets moved up from pick 23.
Oh, gotcha.
So I think we're still waiting the details here. Okay. So hold on, our producer is in our ear. Repeat that again, producer, and I'll repeat it out loud. No worries. No worries. We're getting this is live. This is live, baby. This is all live. I can also locate here. But so we know at the minimum the Jets are moving up from pick 23 to 14, which is fascinating itself. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets. I mean, Barney, who do you think the Jets take here? The best available. They got. We have Owusu Karamoa, Kwity Paye, Caleb Farley, a wild card at cornerback because of his health.
I think Caleb Farley. I think Caleb Farley's going to be in the late 20s. To be honest, I do like Kwity Paye. Just for everyone that was tailing my bets here, Kwity Paye's got to go before pick number 18. So we got 4 more picks, 3 more, 14, 15, 16, 17. I think they need edge rush help. I would love that. They just went with a quarterback. Maybe they're thinking offensive line. Vera Tucker is on the board here. You said Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Kwity Paye. Let's see here. I mean, you got some guys like Jalen Phillips, if you believe in him. He's an edge rusher. I think they got Mosley at linebacker. So people like Zaven Collins wouldn't be a guy that I think would be a top need for somebody to trade up to. But
right.
Maybe a wide receiver. Maybe they
wait, Barney. So the Jets move up to 14. They get the Vikings 4th round pick. And then the Vikings get 2 third-round picks this year in return.
Wait, that's it?
Yeah, I wouldn't be thrilled as a. I'm gonna try to get Remy's reaction to that trade, but I don't know about that. Moving down 9 spots for pretty much an additional 2/3. I don't know.
I'll tell you what, I think philosophy wise, I think they're definitely going to go with somebody like Tevin Jenkins or, like I said, if Darashaw slips or, like an offensive lineman. And I think they know that that guy will be there. However, how did they not get more? They didn't have Ryan Pace to deal with.
No.
That's why.
I don't know. Yeah. No first round picks to give up. So the Jets pick is in. Gonna go off the headset for a second here. Barney.
I'll go Veritas.
Yeah, that's who I would have thought too.
Wow, good job. Hey, for any of my listeners that took any of these bets, I'm getting nervous about the Quiddy Pay pick. All right, I will. I'll say that right now. I'm getting nervous. However, this was my favorite pick to start draft week, and I didn't say it because I felt like he was going 13 or 14, and damn it, he went 14. So I'm shocked that the Jets traded up 9 spots to get him. You just don't see that kind of maneuver for an interior offensive lineman. But, he like I said before the pick, he is very, very, desired for the fact that he can play left tackle. Like if somebody goes down, you can maneuver the line, and that makes your, depth chart a whole lot easier to manage. So,
and Barney, I think the Vikings missed out on a really good player here that they desperately needed.
I think they're going tackle.
Remy says he likes the trade. They have 4 thirds and 4 fourth round picks, which is just outrageous.
Tell Remy to put the pen down, all right? You cannot be happy with that trade.
I mean, this is the guy that he wanted in our mock draft. He fell to him at 14, and a team trades up to take him. I don't know why he would be happy with that necessarily. And they gave up a fourth. They gave a fourth back, so it's not like they just got 2/3.
Yeah,
they had to get
right.
a fourth round back.
I mean, what is that? Spielman? Who's in Minnesota? Who's on the phone for them?
It's Spielman.
I gotta say, I'm very underwhelmed with that. Like, that's his job. That is his job to do things like answer the phone and drive a bargain. And I don't think he did a good job, which makes me, you, and I'm sure Kinger pretty happy.
The Patriots are up here.
Do you think the Patriots go with Mac here?
I think so, man. I can understand why they would take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah because he's super versatile, and I think his tape is really explosive. But the Patriots desperately need even a competent quarterback, and that's like a team that can really contend. So
I'm just gonna say this for the next 3 picks. I'm gonna just be saying Quiddy Pay until he's picked, unless it's 18, then I'm off.
It'd be fun if Arizona took Quiddy Pay. That'd be a fun defense. All right, here we go. Oh my God, there's so many of these like prerequisites before the pick. Throwing me off.
I got something to say after this.
In honor of feeding America, I'm gonna have some food.
Well, in honor of drinking America. I've switched from the vitamin V. You got to know your limits, fellas. For me, it's about 12 glasses, but I've switched to Miller Lite. Come on, Quiddy. Mac Jones.
There it is, baby. There it is. The Patriots do not have to trade up for a quarterback like the Bears did, and they get arguably the guy maybe that they wanted. Maybe this is the guy they wanted all along. They didn't have to trade up for him. Are the Patriots just? Is Bill Belichick still smarter than everybody else?
Who knows, dude? I mean, I'll tell you what. If this guy turns in, he's going from, dude. Think about just like Mac Jones's trajectory. He went from Saban to Belichick. Regardless of talent, regardless of whatever, you could not be coached better than to have like those two supersede each other, right?
Right.
He's got to be ecstatic.
Yeah, a lot of people on here thought Mac Jones would go there. Casey Gray says they're trying to fight hunger. I was trying to fight it too, buddy. I couldn't fight it anymore personally. Hopefully Casey's having a Miller Lite. Hopefully he's had some vitamin B, but now he's transitioning to some Miller Lite. Drink responsibly, of course.
Casey was just playing softball, so he didn't drink any beer during that game.
We got Arizona up here at pick 16. The pick's already in 13 seconds into the clock. I want to say this. I love the pick for the Patriots. I think that's a really good pick for them. I think he's gonna be a quarterback there for a while. I think he fits what they look for in a quarterback.
I agree. I think if you could have, taken any of these guys, obviously, I'm sure Belichick would have rather had Lawrence, right? But outside of that, I think Zach, like even if you throw in Zach Wilson, I think Belichick would rather have the Mac Jones instead.
Yeah, I think so too.
So this is just an incredible like fit pick right there for him. But we're on the pity. We're on the Quiddy Pay train right now, boys. All we need is him.
This is my only bet. It's my only bet of the night. He's the first D lineman taken. What a weak draft. Top tier for defensive linemen. Holy cow. I mean, usually you see one at this point because it's such a premium position. The talent is just really weak at the top. And in conjunction, the offensive talent at the top's really good. So.
Yeah. So just to recap these bets here, boys, for everyone that just joined, we got I got Azeez Ojulari, the edge rusher out of Georgia. He's got to go before 26. I got Quiddy Pay, the edge rusher out of Michigan, that's got to go before 18. I got to have a safety go tonight at some point. I have to have two more wide receivers go, as it was the over 4.5. So far, we got 3. I'm very pleased with where we're at right now. This is exactly where I thought we'd be. And then as far as offensive players taken, I need 19. And right now, I think there's going to be a run on some defensive talent in the next couple picks or so. I get it. But right now, we're sitting at 12 offensive picks and just 3 defensive picks. So I'm feeling pretty good about that.
And Barney, I think you might have missed it, but did you, or maybe you didn't, but did you see what Patrick Surtain's necklace that he was wearing tonight looked like?
No.
It was PlayStation inspired. Look at this thing. Look at this. I'll put up on the screen here. Look at that neck.
Too funny.
I kind of like hilarious. That's legit. Like this is it's got like the X's and the squares and stuff. I thought it was
these cats are so much cooler than I am.
Thank you. Our producer's putting it up right there on the screen. So Patrick Sertain's necklace tonight. Pretty sweet. So, oh man, the Cardinals at 16. I'm gonna go Quiddy Pay. Why not? I think they need an edge rusher. They lost Hassan Reddick.
They got Chandler. They got Chandler Jones, but somebody to compliment him would be great, right?
That would be deep.
Chandler Jones isn't getting any younger.
They signed JJ Watt. They do need interior. It wouldn't shock me if they went Barrymore, easily the top D tackle in this draft. They go a lot of ways. Let's see. Pick is in.
Fuck. Damn it.
Oh,
didn't want that.
That's a fun one. I'm a big Zayvon Collins fan. I mean, a beast at Tulsa. Neither of us picked him right there. So that means we got a drink. But that's a fun one, at least from a fan. Now they have what's his face? Isaiah Simmons from last year, super versatile linebacker / safety. And now with Zayvon Collins, who can rush off the edge as well. Reigning linebacker of the year in college football. That's a fun pick. That's a really fun pick. Oh, why are you so mad? You seem mad about it.
I'm mad because I got one more pick. One more pick to make me happy here.
Right.
To me, I don't. I mean,
you know who needs
this is definitely
too?
a need pick, and I get that. Like Isaiah Simmons is more that hybrid joker type linebacker. But I just would have loved to see Quiddy Pay go. So I'm holding out. I think maybe I prefaced it earlier this episode, and I said, hey, one of the biggest wows in the last couple of years have been Clelin Ferrell going number 4 overall to John Gruden in his first draft, and that being a colossal fuck up. I mean, he wasn't even before the draft. He wasn't even considered like a top 5 rusher. So in terms of edge rushing, they got Max Crosby out of like the 3rd or 4th or 5th round, maybe.
Good pick.
Great pick. But maybe they tried to get Quiddy here.
Well,
I did not see Quiddy going all the way to 17, to be totally honest with you. But as long as he hits here, I won't complain anymore.
I'm going to step away just for a second, Barney, so I'll leave you to it. But if the pick is made before I get back, I'll be back pretty quickly. I do think it's Quiddy Pay here because they need pass rushing help badly. And Ron Marinelli, don't forget their defense. Ron Marinelli still on the staff, big defensive line guy. Quiddy Pay fits that 4-3 mold like he wants.
All right. Hey, how's the comment section going? We got any Bears fans here? Thumbs up, thumbs down. What do we like about, our pick? Do we like it? Do you think it was a dog shit pick? Do you think Pace is out? Do you think Nagy's out? Do you think they're back in? I'm curious to hear what you guys think. I've been talking all fucking day, and I'm getting tired of my voice, and I'm sure you guys are too. But Bears fans, I know we got quite a few on here. What do we like? And I just want to say, as much as the NFL wants to fight world hunger, we need to fight world thirst. All right. It's a real thing. Get out there to your local grocery store. Make it a family-owned one if you can. All right. Put some money into the economy and get some nice, tasty Miller Lights or some vitamin V. All right. Okay. Enjoy yourself because it's a struggle out there, and we need to make sure we're hydrated. Quiddy Pay. I need him to hit here. I need him to hit here.
I'm going with an IPA called Hurricane Reef. It's out of Florida.
Mm.
So my girlfriend gives me like these it's 12 beers every 3 months I get in the mail. So anyways, so I pass that along while we got a commercial going on here. But thank you everybody that's on right now. That's tuning in. We got Jeff Aducey giving us some hand clap. Thank you. We got Casey. Pace bought himself another 3 years with that pick. Maybe. Well,
Yeah, I think he's
all
right.
That's it. He brings up something good though. If the Bears go 6-10 again, or something like that this year, Barney, what happens? Does Matt Nagy get fired and Ryan Pace stays, or does that they turn it all
Dude,
over?
I'm sorry, I mean, you know how much I love the both of those guys, okay? I have talked about it weekly, right? But you know what? I'm gonna give them, now that they are there, you know, I have no fucking choice. I'm gonna give them the opportunity to be, you know, to say that it was Mitch. It was Mitch and it wasn't us. You have that opportunity. What I'm thinking now is, okay, right now we owe money to Nick Foles. Right now we owe money to Andy Dalton. And we just picked, you know, Justin Fields. So what the fuck are we going to do? I want to see some action out of there. One of those guys got to go. One of those guys got to get off the books. And we got to figure it the fuck out. But right now I'm quitty pay mode. So let's see what's going on here.
That's a good point, Jeff. That's a good point. 7-10. They do play 17 games this year. But Barney, so
all right,
that's a good assessment in terms of Alex Leatherwood to the Raiders.
I thought with the guys that just left their team, offensive line was definitely the biggest issue for Las Vegas. And I will say, I think that,
did you watch their defense last year?
I get that, but their offense runs on the ability to run with Josh Jacobs, and they lost a few guys that were starting. I will say
they traded them away or released them.
I get that. I will say I did not have Alex Leatherwood as a day one guy. And for my pick of offensive players, that makes me happy. Like, at least that makes me happy, because that might be the pick that sways it to 19 instead of quitty pay. And it was a bigger payout for the 19 offensive players. So I'm spinning it to that. And I hope my listeners who took that bet with quitty pay, that's on me. I owe you a shot.
But that is another offensive tackle that's off the board for you, Barney, going into the second round. Are you worried about a run of offensive linemen here?
Well, I'll say this. You know, if we chose Leatherwood at 52, I would have been happy, you know? But like I said, he's not my favorite offensive tackle. You know, somebody that I just want to say I didn't get a lot of love to prior to you know, our rankings and this draft. Dylan Radins, I think, is actually that dude. I think he's a very, very good left tackle or right tackle. But if he's there at 52, I wouldn't be surprised to see him come in the first round. That would surprise a lot of people. But if he was there, you know, like there's still so much quality, in the offensive line. So I can't be mad. But Dolphins already have their pick in. Where do you think they're going here? They went wide receiver. I think. Do you think they got to go offensive line, right?
I mean, you'd think so. They do have a need there, but so there's Darisaw obviously available. But then after that, it's a little bit of a drop off in terms of talent, if you believe, or Tevin Jenkins.
I don't think so. I think Tevin Jenkins. I think Tevin Jenkins is right there in the conversation with Darisaw. I really do. I really do. I think fair. They're right there, and then it might drop off a little bit. But there's not a drop off. The next 5 guys that are going to be taking at this position, they're quality guys. They're not guys you're getting in the 4th round in any other draft. Like the guys that are going in the 2nd round of this draft would be going in round 1 in any other draft. Just like Jalen Mayfield.
Wait, who do you think they take here?
I'll go Tevin Jenkins if you're gonna go with Darisaw.
I'm not. I'm gonna go with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. That's what I think they take here because they just lost Van Noy.
Oh, they want defensive end. Ah, that hurt you.
No, my one bet.
No. Kwity Paye was the bad guy. Kwity Paye.
I have one bet.
Dude, people don't tune in to this network enough, okay? But I'm telling you, that's the hard part about picking the draft is you got all these knuckleheads in these war rooms and picking all their guys. Jalen Phillips retired from football. He retired from football in college. And I don't know how that's the first guy off the board at defensive end. I don't know how that's the first guy off the board. He literally quit. You are taking a quitter by definition. Don't get me wrong. His traits are phenomenal. He's massive. He's fast as shit. He's powerful, but he's a quitter. And this shit for me means more sometimes than LeBron. All right. And I am shocked.
If I'm a Dolphins fan, I'm not happy with that pick. I'm not happy with that pick. I think there's better defensive ends you can
I'm not happy.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they did get Waddle for him, so you can't be too mad if you're Tua in that regard, at least.
You're right, but if you're trying, all right. So let's say this: Tua. Everyone was like the question mark last year. Like before he was labeled as the question mark, he was a clear-cut guy, right? Like he was the top of the draft. Yet once he was picked, it was, the hip, the this, the that, you never know. He's a lefty. All I'm saying is I don't have an argument with Waddle. I think Waddle, like they say, he's a very Tyreek Hill guy. He's electric. He's a guy opposite of Jalen Phillips. He is a guy that did everything he could to be on the field. He wasn't supposed to be on the field in the national championship game, yet he got out there and tried. I love that pick because he's a fucking football player. I would have tried to get Tua somebody at left tackle or right tackle to go with his wide receiver to make him feel like, hey, I got this. But Brian Flores, he's a defensive guy. Maybe he knows what he's doing. I wouldn't have picked a quitter. I would not have picked a quitter. I didn't even put Jalen Phillips in my top 5 because he quit on his fucking team. And I don't want quitters.
Yeah.
I'm going to finish this beer.
Someone said Mac Jones Mac is Cam backwards. It's Cam spelled backwards. That's a good point. Not in the chat here. I just saw it on Twitter pop up.
Oh.
So that was funny. Charlie Zacconi says the Lions need to go get a playmaker in round 2. I would agree with that. It'll be interesting to see what the Lions do in round 2. We have to see who's on the board here left.
Is the entire Zacconi clan? I know Justin's a Rams guy. Is Charlie? Answer for yourself if you want to. Is Charlie a Detroit guy, or is he smart and he's a Bears guy?
No, he's not. He's not a dumbass. He's not a Bears guy. All right, he knows where the future's at. It's in Detroit. It's the Lions.
And here I thought I was going to go to a stout. And here I thought I was going to a stout game. All right, I thought I was going to a stout game, but no more. Motown.
Just can you start rooting for it once the Rodgers get
Casey, come on. He's at a wedding right now. Be nice.
He's having a tough day with the Rodgers news, I'm sure. He's trailing on the boonies today, unfortunately. So our contact with him has been minimal, but I can imagine. But I agree, Charlie. It is going to be glorious when the Lions win the Super Bowl. Oh, my God. The amount of it's just going to be a good day. We don't have to get into details right now. But it'll be a great day. But in the round 2, oh, man, you know, who the Lions could be targeting, it'll be fascinating. I think wide receiver is definitely up there. We have Elijah Moore still on the board. Rashad Bateman is still on the board. I'm hoping Barrymore, if Barrymore can fall to the second round, that'd be incredible. Azeez Ojulari is still out there. Do you think Azeez Ojulari can fall to the second round?
I hope not.
Samuel, I think that'd be clutch.
I think Asante Samuel is going second round. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah. Jason Owe, if he can fall to the second round, I think that would be a lot of fun. Just that athleticism and the Lions coaching staff with the amount of tenacity that they have in that coaching staff now, they will help Jason Owe find a way to finish plays. Just a super freak athlete, but did not finish plays a lot. I mean, had 0 sacks this past year, but tested out of this world. 4.37 40. We have Washington up though, Barney. Who we think are taking? Really quick, I'm gonna go Kwity Paye. Why not?
God, Jamin Davis.
Oh, hey!
This guy is probably one of the biggest surprises right now for everyone that clues into mock drafts and everything. This is a guy that I saw a bet going from the beginning, and it was like Jamin Davis going before 25. And I got super worried about it because this guy is a dude who can fly. He's like Jeremiah Owusu-Kamara. He's a dude that can just cover from sideline to sideline. He's elite quickness at the linebacker position. But when I saw him as a potential first rounder and they were saying like over under 25.5, I got super worried. My first initial thing said over, and then I said, Vegas always knows something. I wish I would have said the under on it, but I like this pick. I really do. I think he's a very good linebacker. It's not my favorite pick for the offensive players, but we'll see.
Yeah, man. So Jamin Davis was a projected 4th or 5th round pick coming into the past season, Barney, and then just rocketed up the board. Just a fascinating rise. I mean, coming into the last few weeks, a lot of people saw him as maybe a mid-second round pick, but getting all the way up to 19, congratulations to him. He put in the work to get all the way up there.
Dude, you know what he is? He's following in the footsteps of former Kentucky linebacker, outstanding coverage linebacker in his time. Now he's a little bit slower. Danny Trevathan. This is a guy, like I said, he's got all the athleticism and all the physical tools to excel. I think it was a good pick. Very good pick, to be honest. Very underrated. And I'm sure a lot of people right now are thinking, Jamin, who? Who the fuck is this guy? But I honestly think he's a very good, very talented football player. Let me ask you real quick, Big Z.
I agree. I think he's going to be a 3-down linebacker in the NFL. That Washington defense is getting scary with adding him into already an elite defensive line.
They got one of the best front sevens already.
It's awesome.
And they just added to it. They didn't get their quarterback. I'm sure they were hoping for a quarterback, right? They didn't get their quarterback. And now what they did was say, hey, all right, if we can't get our guy, we're going to make it next to impossible to try to fucking, gain yardage on us. And we're going to play field position here. Riverboat Ron. How can you not be a fan of the guy? So
yeah,
good pick. Let me ask you real quick, Big Z. We're at pick.
Like a fan of him.
We just picked what 19, right? So what is that? That's for me. Is that 6 defensive players? Is that 7 defensive players?
I believe that's 6. So we'll see a run here. This is where it was projected where they would start falling. Greg Newsome's still out there. He's my favorite cornerback when healthy. I think he's still going to be an elite quarterback in the league. I think he's being a little underrated here.
I think Greg's very solid cornerback. I really do, and I'm not knocking him at all because whoever gets him is going to be happy. I think his fundamentals are, just phenomenal. Right up there with Patrick Surtain. He doesn't have the size as Patrick, but his fundamentals are so good that I think I don't know if you're surprised. I did not think he was going to go in the top 20 picks. I guess he can still go here at 20, but
I can see them taking an Oklahoma guy right here.
I think I would say when I thought he would go, it'd probably be 22 to 28 is where I thought Greg Newsome would go.
That's fair. Right where the Bears. This is where the Bears are supposed to be picking right here, Barney. So.
Yeah, I hope Kwity Paye falls, man. He's public enemy number 1 right now. I mean, I'm sure he's a great guy. I hold grudges, and it's nothing to him. It's all on, the picks, the GMs that were choosing before. Arizona choosing another linebacker, even though they chose a linebacker with their first overall pick last year.
So, Barney, Casey Gray is asking, what has been the worst pick of the draft so far? I don't want to say Justin Fields to hurt your feelings. I also don't think it was the worst pick either.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. I don't think that was the worst pick either. I'm not saying I'm not going crazy for it. We'll see what happens here, but I'm
gonna say. I mean, you think Leatherwood, right? Up to this point, based on your comments so far, it sounds like you think Leatherwood. I think Micah Parsons went a little too high. That's me. I understand why he went that high. And I will say the worst pick might be Elijah Vera Tucker, just for what the Jets moved up like a lot. They gave up a decent amount.
The worst pick is both parts of that team. You're both parts of that trade, the Jets and the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah,
they didn't trade they didn't get enough out of it yet. They missed out on who they wanted. However, I think they're going to get at 23 or 24, whatever the pick is, they're going to get I think they're going to get somebody like Tevin Jenkins, maybe. I actually think Indianapolis is probably going to go offensive tackle here, but I would probably say Zaven Collins. Zaven Collins of fucking Arizona is probably my least favorite pick.
So who do you think goes here to the Giants at 20? I'm gonna guess. Man, I mean, I love Owusu Karamoa. I can't believe he's still out there. I thought he'd be going higher. But
I'll
my
go. I'll
pick is
go with
gonna be
Josh.
Quiddy Pay. Quiddy Pay.
Wow, that helps. That's number 4. Wide receivers.
What?
We just need one more.
Are you
We
kidding
just
me?
need one
The 20th
more.
star,
We just need
Dave-
one more.
Dave Gettleman is incredibly dumb. Incredibly dumb.
I hate that pick. Hey,
That is-
Casey.
Hey, Casey.
Hey, Casey. Casey, the worst pick so far has been Kadarius Toney. All right, I'll say that until I don't think he was a draft day 1 guy. I think he is by far the worst pick. Well, not by far. I think Arizona fucked up with Zaven Collins only because that's a grudge pick.
This is crazy. I mean, Tony, a stud, but I mean, you can't forget this guy did not start at Florida until this most recent year. And he did good. He showed a propensity to break tackles. He's not a good route runner though. But man, the guy can stay on his feet. I think this is what they are looking for in Golden Tate the past few years that they haven't gotten out of him necessarily. A lot younger now, obviously. But man, I just think that's way too high at 20 to pick Tony. This is who he traded back for.
Big Z, I think this is.
Other,
I think
with all the other help they need, I just don't get it. If I'm a Giants fan, I'm livid.
Big Z, I think this is the Eagles pick last year with Jalen Reagor. Let me tell you. All right, Kadarius Toney. He's an athletic motherfucker. I get it. He is shifty as hell. He has a great lower center of gravity. He stays on his feet when he's getting hit. I don't hate Kadarius Toney. But when I look at teams and people are asking me, well, Trask is one of the best quarterbacks too. Like, dude, I think, like you have really, really, really good quarterbacks that are in college that just have no shot in the NFL. Like guys that are like Heisman quarterbacks that just, that they actually won't be good in the NFL. It doesn't matter who picks them. I feel like this is the wide receiver. And, like when you look at Florida's offense last year, they had the Chiefs' offense of an entire collegiate, field. They had Travis Kelce, like the best tight end in Kyle Pitts. They had Kadarius Toney, who is a very fast take the top off a defense wide receiver. Like that is why the offense was so good. Kyle Pitts was so instrumental that I think teams teed up on him, game planned around him to where it was like, all right, let's make the 5'10" wide receiver beat us because we'll be okay with that. We can't ignore Kyle Pitts. And I don't think that was a great pick. I don't think I'm happy with the pick because a better guy got to the Bears at 52. I'm happy with the pick. A 4th wide receiver just got chosen and I need 5. I'm happy with the pick. I think that was the worst pick.
I like the way you put it right there, Barney. That's an excellent way of putting it. The Colts are up. Always a fascinating team with their GM. It'll be fun to see what they do right here. They do need offensive linemen. I mean, Barney, do you like the way this is playing out for the Bears in the second round? What are some offensive? Excuse me. What are some offensive line? First of all, the Bears got to be targeting offensive line in the second round, right? And second of all, who might that be?
So, that's a good question. As far as the draft goes, I figured by the 20th pick there would be 4 at least offensive linemen taken off. I thought it would be Slater, Sewell, Tucker, and Darisaw. Obviously, that has not happened. Darisaw is still on the board. I think it's because of that late revelation that who's playing with a significant groin injury all season. The medicals have checked. He's going to be fine, but teams are backing off as a first-round pick so far. I still think he goes first round, but I think this is exactly how the draft was going to go. Alex Leatherwood was taken in his spot, in my opinion, which I'm happy about. I think as far as offensive linemen go, I love Tevin Jenkins. I love Dylan Raduns. I love Liam Eichenberg. Those are my top 3 offensive tackles. I think 2 of them will go. Darisaw as well. I think 2 of them will go in the last part of this this first round. I also really love Creed Humphrey. So if we choose Creed Humphrey at 52, I would be ecstatic because I think he's a day 1 prospect. I think right now, in my opinion, I think we're going to see 2 more wide receivers go and 2 more wide receivers and at least 2 more offensive linemen.
Yeah. It'll be the Bears got to be targeting offensive line. I'm gonna be mad if they get Quinn Miners, my favorite guard in this draft, just from a personal standpoint. But Bob Saget, my aunt has the same nose ring as Kadarius Toney. I don't know if that's the real Bob Saget, but you got some of the humor, I guess. And then Bill Wood asking them to cut the commercials, which I would, of course, agree with. There's a lot. This production seems kind of boring, honestly. Luckily, we are providing entertainment here, Barney, tonight for our vast audience. But Russell Wilson's talking on TV right now. I would argue the people on the stage sitting down, not even talking, have been more entertaining than some of the stuff going on in the production so far. But man, I mean, still the Bears, the biggest trade of the night, Barney. That expected but not unexpected in some ways. You have your quarterback for the next 3 to 5 years, at least. It'll be.
Dude,
but
it
so
it puts
again,
me in,
this
it
is
puts,
this one of Barney. The one of the first thoughts that popped in my head when they after that trade and we knew they were taking a quarterback. Why are they paying Andy Dalton $10 million? I don't understand it. It makes no sense. Teddy Bridgewater is going to be making $3 million and this year, and just got traded for a 6th-round pick. He's cheaper.
Hey, the pick is in right now. Roger Goodell is walking up. I'm gonna address exactly what you just said, and then I'm gonna take a monstrous piss. I'm gonna go with Tevin Jenkins. I'm going to go with offensive lineman, but I'm going to go with Tevin Jenkins.
All right, I'm going to go Barrymore. Let's see what they take.
Kwity Paye, my least favorite guy right now.
Oh, I've been picking him the last 3, and now he gets picked. Son of a bitch.
That'll be a tough. They already got one of the best front sevens. That's going to be I mean, in terms of like knowing your identity, that's going to be a good. That's going to be like nobody wants to face the Colts. Yeah, like it's not going to be a team to, like you gotta have a shootout to win versus, but that is a team. DeForest Buckner, the linebacker Leonard, whatever I forget his name, but he's incredible. I just they just got a great front seven, and Kwity Paye is going to add to that.
Oh, I agree. And the Kwity Paye, if you didn't read about his, ESPN did a long story about it. And I don't want to get all sappy here like the ABC usually does and stuff, but his journey to even get to America, his family, it's pretty crazy. I don't know if you saw it, but he was born a refugee in Guinea. Just the odds to even survive there and get over to America and then now be picked in the first round is pretty insane. I would encourage people to go look that up. It's a pretty wild story. But I agree with you about the Colts. That front seven gets nastier with this pick. He was my favorite D lineman coming in this, besides maybe Ojulari, who is not off the board. I can't believe Jalen Phillips went before Quiddy Pay still. I just don't get it. Especially
Dude,
when you mentioned the off-field stuff with Phillips, it's crazy.
and,
I really thought Quiddy Pay would have gone first. He goes second, and I lose my bet. And you
and to be
lose your bet.
totally
You both
honest
lose.
with you, Ojulari, I need him to go before 26. Tennessee, they went Landry last year. I mean, they got some holes. I could see them not taking a defensive end edge rusher. I can see Minnesota not taking edge rusher because I think they need an offensive tackle. Pitt, I'm kind of hoping Pitt goes with like Najee Harris, somebody that can kind of be like a Le'Veon Bell type runner because they really did a really good job with that kind of offense, a pass catching bell cow. But I'm not feeling great right now about these bets coming in. I still like the offense, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm sweating out the Ojulari now. I'm sweating it out. All right, but what was the question you gave me before we broke to this? It was something about the quarterbacks.
I'm trying to remember. I got a little sidetracked. I don't recall. If I remember, I'll bring it back up again. I don't remember.
I'll tell you what,
we
we have a Tennessee Titan fan, Edgerin Osterbach, also known as EJ Oldfield. My king, my consort, my muse. He thinks they're going Elijah Moore. And I'll tell you what, if he's number 5, if he's the 5th wide receiver, I will be ecstatic. And that'll close out one of the bets here. So I hope you're right, EJ. I absolutely hope you're right.
I mean, they do need an offensive lineman. That Isaiah Wilson first round pick last year, talk about a colossal disaster. You rarely see it that fast. The guy's out of the NFL right now. It's crazy. 1 year after being a first round pick, he is out of the NFL completely. That's pretty wild.
1 year, 2 teams, and now he's working security. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's a bouncer somewhere. I'm gonna take a piss.
He did have the bouncer type body, that's for sure. So Titans that we mentioned at the top. Ryan Tannehill completely transformed under Arthur Smith, but Arthur Smith's not there anymore. So it'll be interesting to see what they do from the offensive perspective going forward. They do need some defensive help. Mike Vrabel can only coach that defense up so much, but their pass rush is one of the worst in the NFL last year. And looking at best available right now from the defensive side of the ball, you do have Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Not as much a pass rusher per se, though. I'm big. You have Joe Tryon, Ronnie Perkins, Jason Away could go here just with that pure athleticism, but not a sack guy in college. It'll be interesting to see what they do. They got to go defense here, right? The talent seems to be on the offensive side of the ball. They could go offensive line. Darisaw at tackle. We could look at center or guard. Landon Dickinson from Alabama, Creed Humphrey from Oklahoma is a possibility, perhaps. They do have a lot of needs on the offensive line. The pick is in for the Titans. But let's go back to the Lions since Barney's not here. Oh, Barney's coming back. But, we can talk about the Lions a little more. Why not? That's what we're here for. Well, actually, who's up next is Minnesota. Minnesota's up next. They traded back. Wait. Shh. Oh, what a great sound. What a great sound, Barney. Are we starting a podcast right now? Are we starting a podcast?
All right, the pick is in. What do you think it is?
Oh man, they just need pass rush help so badly. It was one of the worst in the NFL last year. But the top tier talent for the pass rush is not necessarily what you would want to pick right here. I'm gonna go Tevin Jenkins out of Oklahoma State. That's my pick.
All right. Well, just like I did with Kwity Paye, I'm gonna go with Azeez Ojulari. All right. I need him to go in the next 4 picks.
Ooh.
So
I'm
going to be
I kinda
riding
like that
him
for the Titans.
until I'm going to be riding him like Seabiscuit, baby.
I like that if you're the Titans. I don't hate it. The guy's got I'm a big fan of his. I think he's going to be a solid pro. Donovan Chase
Big
is
Z,
Titans need wide receiver. I don't know. I think
the
maybe
hardest
pass
part
rusher.
about all this is that I hate knowing more than the guys that get paid millions of dollars. I hate knowing who the right pick is and then watching them fuck up, you know? It kills me because I do this for free. Anything we make, we donate. That's how it is. But here we are over here watching these millionaires just squander picks. Kills us.
Crazy. It is crazy how it happens so much. Let's see. The Titans pick is in here. I'm loving the big crowd though. There's a great there's more energy that I see right here at the NFL draft than any MLB, NHL game, or NBA game I've seen in the last 6 months. So let's listen in here.
God damn it. It's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted.
Ooh. Another defender. And he's by himself. I feel so bad for him. I feel so bad. He tested positive twice for COVID, so he has to stay by himself. The NFL would not allow him to be with his family. Like, what? He hasn't even been drafted yet. Kind of wild, but nonetheless, that's why you see him by himself when he gets selected. Kind of stinks. You can't celebrate that with people.
This guy right here, I feel the most bad in terms of any of the prospects. This guy is the best, the most athletic. He is the best cornerback in the draft, in a very deep cornerback draft class. He's a converted quarterback turned cornerback. He reads eyes of the. He's so good, but he had back surgeries, and Big Z, you touched on it before. Back surgeries will kill you. I'm happy that he didn't leave the first round, although I don't know if that helps my bet here with the offensive players. But for me, he's one of the best. He's one of the best, like God-given talents. He's a stud. But again, injuries. We'll see if he'll be a lasting name in the NFL.
So Remy at 14 predicted that the Vikings would take Christian Darrisaw. They trade back. They get to 23. And guess who's still on the board? Christian Darrisaw. So I wonder if his prediction's going to come true here. If he'll be happy. There's a lot of things up in the air. Barney, as far as your hope for the offensive players getting drafted, I would not imagine Minnesota could go wide receiver here. They could go Elijah Moore, perhaps, or Rashad Bateman.
Well, I'm not worried about the wide receivers because I think the wide receivers will be picked, around like 26 and higher. I love Baltimore picking twice. I love Green Bay picking. I think one of those. I think the fifth wide receiver is going to go there. If not, I'm going to cry. I really am. But here I'm hoping just an offensive talent. Somebody on the offense goes.
For sure. But man, can I just go back and say how happy I am with the Sewell pick still? I'm just elated. I really like that offensive line going forward. I think it's going to be beastly. I think he fits perfectly in what the Lions are trying to do. I'll be really interested to see if Jason Owe can fall to defensive end in the second round and let's build up the interior on both, or the front seven on both sides of the ball. I'll be ecstatic. I like it so far, though. By the way, what are you eating tonight? I'm eating Jewel chicken wings, the honey wings from Jewel. Big fan.
You know, I thought like karma, you know, is always around. There's good karma, there's bad karma. I went out this morning. Before I placed all my bets, I went out for a nice little run. Immediately came back in, did a nice little 4-mile bike where I sprinted on the bike, and I thought every pick I made from that on out was a lock, especially after I chose my weapon of choice for food, which was a salad. But now
You're being healthy on me over there?
Now I'm pounding chips because guess what? My bets aren't hitting right now, and I'm getting really fucking upset.
Man, but you're eating salads and drinking vitamin B, so that sounds really healthy to start the
You can only do so much in preparation. You know, when it comes down to it, tonight was about 32 GMs, not about me. It was about 32 GMs, and a lot of them made the wrong choice so far.
Yeah, it'll be. So we have the Vikings up here. Who do you think they're gonna go with? Remy thinks Christian Darrisaw. So
I like that pick.
So Joe Giannacchio thinks that Azeez Ojulari is going to Pittsburgh at 24.
I would be so
our
happy.
Titans guy EJ. Oh, it looks like he's he says wait, he doesn't
the anti-COVID.
No, it's the guy they drafted doesn't have a rap career. He has no DUIs in Miami, so it's a positive for that.
Did Bud Dupree leave Pittsburgh?
Yeah, let me look up where he went.
I want to say he was
a free agent.
I want to say he was a coveted free agent. I know he hurt his shit last year in the end of the year, but you know that you're absolutely right.
He went to the Titans. He went to the Titans this year in the offseason.
Okay, so I'm not sure who said Azeez said Joe Giannacchio. Hey Joe, I hope you're fucking right, man, because if you are, we're going to Sizzler. Me and you, buddy.
Absolutely. All right, the Vikings pick is in. Let's see if Remy's going to be a happy boy.
Darrisaw.
Well, he got who they wanted. Why did he fall to 23? That might be some room for discussion right there. But I imagine he's happy.
Dude, honestly,
that's who he wanted at 14, and they traded back and got him. So,
hey, I mean, we didn't like the trade back before, right? But they got their guy. Hindsight's 2020. Wasn't the worst trade. However, what I will say is that injury shit did show up in the film. So hopefully he's okay. He's okay as a Minnesota first-round player. Hopefully he's okay.
Hopefully he's okay for his sake, but overall, hopefully he's not okay from a divisional rival standpoint. So two Virginia Tech guys going in the 20s here. a team that they're an okay team, but so that's another offensive tackle gone off the board. Now you got Pittsburgh at 24, and a lot of people think Najee Harris might go here. I've seen a lot of mock drafts for Najee Harris go here at 24. Let me see if we can get Remy's reaction to the pick. I imagine he's going to be happy with it because that's what he wanted at 14. Although in our mock draft, he did have Elijah Vera Tucker going 14, and they traded back. If I'm a Vikings fan, I would have rather had him. But I guess let's see what they get out of those with those additional third-round picks that they picked up in the trade. Should be interesting. So, Barney, how many bets do you have left outstanding here?
It's getting spooky, man. I have Azeez under the 26th pick. Azeez Ojulari, so he's coming up here, 24 and 25. The next pick I have is I need a safety taken today. I need Morig from
right.
TCU.
Easily a top safety. Right.
And then, which I anticipated, I will say I anticipated like this was sort of when he would be picked. I didn't think he would be picked already. Azeez, it's coming up right on the spot. I would have picked him by now if I were one of those teams that needed the edge rusher help. However, we need one more wide receiver taken, which I think is sitting pretty good right now. Given the teams that are picking coming up. And then as far as offensive, players go, I need 19 total.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. The Steelers are out there getting a big boo out of Cleveland, obviously. Let's see. I think Najee Harris.
Fuck! All right, Najee Harris is a good pick. Son of a bitch.
Wow. That was the most predictable number 24 overall pick I can remember in a while.
Dude,
great pick.
I think
that's a great pick. I think he's awesome. So,
dude, he is just like Le'Veon Bell type. He's so shifty. He is so sure-handed. He runs with just meanness. I think this is about as Pittsburgh Steeler pick as it can get.
I mean, Derrick Henry comparisons too, to a degree, with that just the size, but
just such a better ball catcher.
I was about to say, like his pass catching ability is extremely bad. Derrick Henry, he's lucky if the ball looks so tiny in Derrick Henry's hands. This guy, a little more fluid in the passing game for sure.
Dude, I had been watching this guy since he was in high school, and it was incredible how just much he dominated the game, and he continued to dominate in college. When he played Notre Dame, and they haven't showed the pick yet. It's right here, actually. He's about to jump over our cornerback right there. The guy is incredible.
Yeah, that was in the playoff, right?
Yeah.
I remember that.
But this guy is for me, Steelers think they got Le'Veon Bell back. A hungrier Le'Veon Bell, a guy who needs to prove himself. And I like the pick. I said I needed from the start to get to 19, I needed a running back. I needed a running back to be taken. So I feel good about this. The only two guys I really want taken on the defensive side at this point. I'm okay with Greg Newsome being taken. I projected him to be going in the first round. But the only two guys I really want being taken is right here, Azeez Ojulari, which I don't know is going to be the pick. And then number two, Morik, the safety. That's the only guys I want right now being taken on the defensive side of the ball.
So Jacksonville's up here now at 25. They already have Trevor Lawrence. But going back to Najee Harris, I think he's going to be a beast in that offense. I can't believe Ben Roethlisberger's coming back another year there. He looked not great last year. But part of that, they were showing the stats, dead last in rushing in the league, and it was horrible. They're throwing 45 times a game, which I don't care how old you are. That's not going to be good recipe for success in the NFL.
I honestly thought I thought the Pittsburgh Steelers were going to be a prime candidate to trade up, especially with the two guys dropping out of the top 10. I thought they would have been one of the guys that, tried to move up from 24 for a quarterback because I don't think anybody thinks Mason Rudolph's the guy. Next year's offense, next year's quarterback crop does not look good either. I bet
Sam Howell out of North Carolina, kind of fun.
I'm not a huge Howell guy, but I also haven't watched a ton of tape on him. I'll be totally honest. But,
dude, no, watch Sam Howell. You will fall in love with him.
But what I mean is there's not like four wide receivers, four quarterbacks.
No. It's not as deep as this one. That's for sure.
Right. So I think I would be shocked because I don't like they have such a good defense, the Pittsburgh Steelers, that really the lowest I could see them being is like 17. I don't think they'll be a bottom tier. They might not be a great team, but they're going to be around 8-8. And I don't think they're going to be in that Sam Howell range. I bet you they go after somebody like Mills or Mond or Trask. I might be throwing a little sugar on that stuff day 2, day 3. I'm sure there's where Mond, Trask, and Mills will go. I might just hit all three and just say Steelers here because they do need a quarterback.
So the Jaguars have their pick in, Barney. Who do they roll with here? I can see Morik going here. Easily the top safety on the board. I'm partially hoping that Morik falls all the way to the Lions in the second round at pick 41. Do I think it'll happen? No. But do I want it to happen? Of course. They could go to Elijah Moore here, give him a wide receiver. Rip Bateman, wide receiver. Greg Newsome, the quarterback. He's still out there. So it'll be interesting to see what they go with here. James Robinson, the running back, that is giving them a lot out of the backfield the past year. Owusu Karamoa, one of my favorite players in this draft, still sitting there. Why do you think? Do people see more as an interior guy? Why do we think why is Owusu Karamoa out there? Especially you being the Notre Dame guy, maybe have some thoughts.
Dude, I think anybody that gets the Joker is going to be very happy. He's by far and large the best linebacker in coverage. This is a passing league. I mean, dude, and I equate this to what the Bears had. Like, we have such a good defense, all right? But what killed us is third down. We'd go, the first 2 downs with only surrendering 2 or 3 yards. And then third down would come, and teams just preyed on Danny Trevathan. They like our pass rush would be fine. Our secondary would lock down receivers, and then the running back would leak out, and it was almost like it was always designed. And Big Z in game 1, versus Detroit last year. That's what Detroit dialed up. They put DeAndre Swift on Danny Trevathan, who he lost a step. And, he didn't make the catch, but he burned Trevathan, right, to win the game. I think the Joker, Jeremiah Owusu-Kamara, is so good in coverage that wherever he goes here, I hate that he's probably going to go to a good team here because I want him to go to a shitty team, so I don't have to worry about him. But he's going to
So
make he's going to make a good team better.
Wait, who do you think the Jaguars pick here? What's your prediction?
I'm going Aziz. I have to go Aziz. I need the pick here. I don't think it's going to be him.
I'm going to go Trevon Moehrig. That's my guess. Oh, Goodell's doing the stupid chair thing. Come on.
Fuck.
Wow.
Right, I missed two bets here. But I'm very, very confident in 19 offensive players being taken, and I'm happy about that. Two running backs. That was big.
I don't get it. I do not like that pick.
Well, it's Jacksonville.
I think he's a good pick. I think he's a good player, but
you know who this guy reminds me of, and like high ceiling. So I think he's got a lot of Kamara in him. I think he's a very good offensive player. I think he plays with a tremendous amount of balance. Again, Kamara is like, for me, he's like top 3 running back in the league. I think he's incredible in every phase of the game, and I'm saying this as like a ceiling, but this is kind of the player comp as if you're going first round pick. This is sort of what the Jacksonville Jaguars are hoping he's going to turn into. Hey,
right.
But we talked about all the connections. And what do we got here? We got Trevor Lawrence with his running back. There's a lot of familiarity. Oh, and here's Kamara. Look at that. Who is that? Is that that's one of the guys. They obviously have a mic in here. I'm being bugged because every time I say somebody's a player comp, they put them on the screen right afterwards. All right. So right now, alive with my bets here, I think that means I'm at 17 picks offensively. I need 2 more of the next 6 to be offensive to make my offensive players drafted at 18.5. I love that. I love that right now. I need 1 more wide receiver to be taken as well. And I also need Trevon Moehrig out of TCU. That's the 3 bets I have outstanding right now. I'm 0 for 2. I'm 0 for 2 as it stands.
So who do you think the Browns take here?
I think I like Jeremiah. I like the Joker here.
I love it. I think that's a perfect match for him. And also scary. The Browns desperately need a linebacker. They're also the Browns I have a soft spot for because of all the, as a Detroit Lions fan, I have a lot of heartbreak, obviously. And the Browns have equally had as much devastation and heartbreak on their end from the AFC's perspective. So I've always had a soft spot for them. I root for them. Obviously, when the Lions aren't involved. And I think Owusu Karamoa is the perfect neat fit like for this defense, but I could also see him going Trevon Moehrig as well.
I would
they also
love
need
that.
They also, I know you would. They could also use the safety. So, but the Browns, man. I mean, do you think they can compete for a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I
do.
think they're talented enough. They got a really good defense, a really good, like they got, I think Myles Garrett is one of the best guys when he's playing in the entire league.
And a good coach. I think they have a really good coach. Stefanski's
Stefanski.
a really smart guy. Yeah. All right, let's see. It's definitely going to be defense. I feel they don't need another wide receiver. It's not a top need, especially with the depth of the wide receiver position. But let's see. We got Roger Goodell up, so we'll take a moment to listen in. Oh, here we go. Another PSA before the pick. Wait, did you give me your prediction, Barney? Who do you think the Browns are taking here?
Joker.
Oh,
who are you going?
That's
with?
right. You keep throwing me off with Joker. I didn't know that was his nickname until you started saying it. I'm gonna go Jeremiah as well. Owusu Karamoa. I hope this lady gets to pronounce it. And
I hope it's Merrick.
Ooh. Oh,
right.
I like that pick for them, though. I don't hate it.
No, I thought he was, again, I said he was going to go anywhere from 22 to 28. I think he's a solid pick for them. He pairs up really nicely with Denzel Ward. I think Denzel Ward is really going to make it or break it this year. I think that the defense just got better. That defense just got better.
They didn't get worse.
I'm thinking right now, so what I'm hoping for right now is Baltimore's got to go. They got 2 picks here. They got this pick and the Kansas City pick. Okay. And I need a wide receiver out of one of these. They need a wide receiver out of one of these. Right now, they're rocking Marquise Brown. They're rocking Boykin, Miles Boykin, a Notre Dame guy. Willie Snead is on the team?
Boykin's barely done anything in that offense, so.
Oh, but what I'm saying is they need a wide receiver. I'm trying to say how I don't think that room is impressive.
No. Oh, it's terrible. It's awful.
So I think I need to win a bet right here, okay? Because right now I'm over 2, and I need to win a bet because I'm gonna cry.
So for all the wide receivers of remaining, who do you think fits Baltimore best right here? Elijah Moore, Rashad Bateman, Tutu Atwell, Terrence Marshall Jr. I don't hate Terrence Marshall going to the Ravens here. I think he actually fits kind of what they need in that offense. A little taller receiver. So they can feed into the red zone they desperately need. But Elijah Moore, with the play action that the Baltimore runs and his break tackle ability, I could also see that. But he's not a great route runner. Bateman might be the best of both worlds in that case for them right here.
I think right along the same lines as you. I think Bateman actually might be the best guy for this squad. I think Marquise Brown's already the guy that's going to take your top off of defense, right?
Yeah.
Outside of that, I'm looking at two kind of wide receivers. I'm looking at a perimeter number 1, and I'm looking at like a smart Julian Edelman, Golden Tate, guy who just works well with the quarterback and finds open zones. And so for that, I'm going to say my favorite picks are, unfortunately, these guys are injured. But I like Rashad Bateman for them, number one. But Elijah Moore, he's a stud. I think he's very good. I think his over and under was at 26.5. So who knows if he's going to go, coming up. But, Rondale Moore kind of makes me feel like a guy that it fits that mold of the Julian Edelman, the guy who's a really, really smart route runner, physical, just very good athlete. And then also just Terrace Marshall Jr., like both him and Moore, they have so much injury history that's the only knock on them, and like it's not significant. Yeah. Neither of them had like crazy ACL or anything like that going on, but like they get banged up and they miss games. And for a team, it's like, do you want a guy that sits, the best abilities availability,
Right. Yeah, it's a tough one for them. But if I'm the Ravens here, so what's your prediction here for the Ravens?
I like Bateman.
I also want to throw out there that they just traded away Orlando Brown, so they have a need for a tackle on the opposite side, and Tevin Jenkins is sitting right there.
Yeah, and I will say, Ronnie. Wow, I'm blanking on his name. He's Notre Dame boy. Incredible offensive tackle. No, incredible offensive tackle. Wow, Ronnie. I don't even know if I'm saying. Holy shit, I'm blanking on the name right now. But
Liam Eichenberg. Liam Eichenberg.
No. He just got paid like this year and then tore his ACL.
Ronnie
like
Stanley?
Ronnie Stanley just got paid at at the time is like the highest paid left tackle, right? Because all the new contracts do that.
And then he gets hurt immediately.
And then he got hurt immediately. So not only did they trade away, their guy in Brown, but they have a guy that I'm sure they believe in, right? And they have their doctors and whatnot that know that they're going to get him right. But they need a guy. They need a guy defensively and they need a guy offensively. I think wide receiver and linebacker, or somewhere in the front seven and somewhere in the I think wide receiver is the biggest need. But
it's the biggest
if they chose Tevin Jenkins, I think that would be a good pick too.
Yeah. And he'd be a perfect, I think, kind of right tackle, more so than a premier left tackle on any team.
Exactly.
So it'll be interesting to see what they do here. You also have center is a big need. So you have Landon Dickinson from Alabama and Creed Humphrey from Oklahoma. O-line needs.
I'm hoping.
And Lamar. That's all offense.
If the Ravens make me happy, they're going to go Merrig and a wide receiver. They'll win me both my bets.
Let's see.
All right. The wide receiver bet, baby. It hits.
Wow. I think that's a good pick for them. If I'm Rashad Bateman, I'm not ecstatic with going to a team that doesn't like to pass the ball a ton.
Oh, come what do you on. Think? If I'm Rashad Bateman, I'm thinking. If I'm Rashad Bateman, I am thinking, which we said they needed number one, right? This is a team. All right. If you are facing, he is a number one wide receiver. He's a number one wide receiver. if you are a wide receiver, I'm sorry, if you're a defensive coordinator and you're facing the Ravens, who are you keying in on?
I
Lamar
guess
Jackson.
Bateman now. Oh. Right.
I mean,
Yes.
like they are so worried about Lamar Jackson. The guy goes off for like 80 rushing yards and a touchdown every game, and then also, his passing game. When you're a wide receiver and you have somebody like him who has an arm, right? Like they're already stacking boxes. They're already bringing the safety up. So as a wide receiver, you're already facing less, like defensive players in your world as a wide receiver. And so I
Yeah.
think Rashad Bateman, we both said that was probably the pick. As far as wide receiver goes, I think that was a good pick. I think Key's I think that was a good fit for him too.
Yeah. The Ravens offense just needs so much help on the offensive line. I kind of question if he's going to have the time to get open. Lamar Jackson, he looked a little shakier this past year in the passing game.
Sure.
Sure. I just don't know if he has the help to succeed, and this is a run-first offense. There's a reason receivers haven't wanted to go to Baltimore because they're going to be doing a lot of blocking. I'm just saying, if I'm Rashad Bateman, I might not be thrilled with going to the Ravens as opposed to maybe another team.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you who's thrilled. I'm thrilled. Okay? I'm thrilled.
Fair enough.
I'm thrilled. My first bet finally hit. Okay? Now I can breathe easy. All right, my 5 wide receivers went off the board. I wouldn't be shocked if there's a 6th one coming. However, I'm going to say I need 2 bets more to hit, and that's 2 picks. All I need is 2 picks. So we got 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. I got 5 picks for somebody to choose one offensive player, which I think is a done deal. Yeah. I think an offensive player is coming in these next 5 picks. And then I need Trayvon Moehrig to come out of TCU. If that happens, Joey's going to Sizzler. We're having a plus day. If that doesn't happen, well, there's always tomorrow.
Right. So the Saints are picking right now. There's a lot of rumors about them trading up into the top 10 for a cornerback. That obviously did not happen. So you got to think they're looking. I mean, the Saints are an interesting team. Who's going to be starting quarterback for them? Is it Taysom Hill or is it Jameis Winston?
Jameis, baby. He's going to be the first quarterback to go from 30-30 to 20-20. He just got that LASIK. He's ready to go. Hey, he's about to eat a W, baby.
Right. I mean, Taysom Hill could be the starter, though. They gave him a lot of money this offseason, too.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. And before you say anything, Big Z, I just want to say, in years past, they always put biggest needs, on the board to kind of help like the viewer to see why they might choose somebody. I want to say, without being able to see that, because all time, like the entire draft, they haven't shown anything like that.
Right.
We've done a pretty solid job in picking picks.
I think so too. And if we didn't pick right, we were surprised or went against conventional wisdom.
No. If we didn't pick right, it's because they chose wrong.
There you go, exactly. But if I'm a Giants fan, I still am just like, I'm going to sleep with a nightmare about that Tony pick. I don't understand. That's the most shocking one. The second most shocking one I've seen tonight is Jalen Phillips going all at 18. I don't completely understand that pick either.
He's a
I thought that
quitter.
was too high.
He's a quitter.
I mean, the guy had like 3 or 4 concussions. So, I mean, it's a bigger. I mean, the last guy I knew with that many concussion issues going into the NFL was a man by the name of
Luke.
Javid Best.
Oh, yeah.
And he did not last long for the Detroit Lions. Unfortunately, his career ended on like it looked like a routine tackle against the 49ers, and he was done after that.
But he had that
That's why
one where he like leaped into the end zone and then like got his knees taken out underneath him, right? And that was one of the concussions.
That was one of I think that was one of 3 that he had in college, and then he had a couple more in the NFL. And they weren't even on big plays; they looked like routine plays. So let's see. The Saints are up. Barney, who do you think they're going to take? I think they're going to take Morig just to help your bet. Let's see what they take.
That hurts. That hurts the pick.
Oh! Wow. I did not see that one coming. Not going to lie.
Yeah, I will say Peyton Turner has been somebody that because of his physical traits, he has been somebody that has been climbing up a lot of people's draft boards in the last 48, 72 hours. Just a name that has been on high alert. I know the Bears were looking into him heavily to replace somebody like Roy Robertson Harris. I would have liked him. However, the fact that we traded up and went,
is he not on the Bears anymore? Roy Robertson Harris?
No, he's in Jacksonville. He's signed in Jacksonville.
Ooh, that's a decent signing for Jacksonville.
Yeah. So I think this was one of the names that would shock people. Sounds like it shocked you a little bit, but in the last 72 hours, he has been somebody that's been climbing up. But here we go. The pick is in for the Packers. They couldn't be happier. They took no time to write the name on the card. Who do you think they're going with?
Man, they need a lot of help on the defensive side of the ball. Obviously, cornerback. Sante Samuel Jr. would be interesting here. Do I think that's too high to take him, though? Yes. Kinger has been adamant that they will not be taking a linebacker here in the first round. Kinger, I just asked him who he thinks the Packers will take here. He says, no idea. I think Elijah Moore would be interesting here from wide receiver's perspective.
Maybe Terrace Marshall?
Maybe Terrence Marshall. They do need D-tackle help. Christian Barmore here has not been picked yet. This is right around the range where people thought he might go.
This was exactly what Kinger wanted. He wanted Barmore. I mean, at least in the first go around, I would say he mentioned 2 guys and they're still on the board. I would really hate for him to get, Corey Linsley, their center, their all pro center, just went to the Chargers.
Right.
I would hate for him and the Packers to get the guy I love, and that's Creed Humphrey.
Right.
I would absolutely hate for that to happen. So I'm not going to choose him, but I'm going to say it out loud that if they choose him, I'm going to do everything I can to kidnap Creed and make him a Bear. But I'm going to go with they need help on the offensive line. I don't know if that offensive tackle help will be there at the 61st pick or 63rd pick, whatever it is that they're sitting at. Tevin Jenkins is still on the board. Dylan Radins is still on the board. I think they go tackle here.
I am going to agree with you. No, actually, I'm going to disagree. I think I'm going to go Barmore. I think they need the interior defensive line help a lot to
Good.
help them, especially in the run game defensively. I think that's where Barmore can excel. But like we said about him, high ceiling, low floor. This guy is that's every game. He can be the worst player on the field because he doesn't give a shit, or he can be the best player in the field when he does. So Kinger is giving us Eric Stokes as his prediction.
Wow, really?
Yes. So interesting from him, but again, he said he has no idea.
Well, he
Defensive
said
back.
hope he's a stud. So is he a little bit quicker than we are?
I don't think so. Let's see.
See, that hurts. That
I
hurts
guess
the
he is
safety
ahead of
pick.
us. He is ahead of us.
That hurts the safety pick a lot.
What? That's like picking at need rather than value. Don't you agree?
I'm not the biggest. I mean, I thought Eric Stokes would have been a good pick at number 2. And there's no such thing as picking somebody too high that's going to be a playmaker. I like Stokes. I thought there were better players at.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. Like did they pick this guy too high? That's what I don't think he's worth the 29th pick in the draft.
No. I mean, he's a stud. He's a talent. But you know what I'm telling you, dude, this might be a Packers team without Aaron Rodgers. So who the fuck knows if they will even be like considered a threat if that guy is not on the field, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, who knows?
Jordan
what the
Love.
hell's going
Jordan
on.
Love.
Is Jordan Love the pick then? Like, I mean, do you think they have to have a trade where a quarterback comes over? Like, do you think they go to get Jimmy G since he's probably worth next to nothing because he's already the backup?
Jimmy G's probably the starter this year, I think, for San Francisco. He's got to be.
The first 6 games?
I think the whole Trey Lance isn't ready to start right away. That guy needs a lot of work.
I'm not saying he is, but like he's already mentally, I think, out the door is what I'm saying. Like from a leverage standpoint from San Fran, like San Fran could be like, I'm gonna we need picks because like he's a good quarterback. It's like, no, you just traded up, lost draft capital to take a quarterback at 3. So clearly you don't want him. So what do you want?
Right. And Bob Saget just tuned in really quick and he said the Lions again. Love the name. But he heard the Lions are tied for first this year. He's wrong. The Lions will be tied to nobody. They will hold first place all on their own. Thank you very much.
Is it the last NFL game that ended in a tie with the Lions? Didn't the Lions? Wasn't there a tie like last year or 2 years ago that you guys had, or no? Am I thinking? I thought there was a tie.
No, you're right. 2 years ago they tied to the Cardinals.
I think that was the last tie in the NFL. The fact that the Lions.
No idea. I would have to look that up.
All right, I'm getting worried about.
Ties
all
are
right,
so stupid. Ties are so dumb.
I'll tell you what. 30th pick, 31st pick, 32nd pick. I can see safety being in need for the Bills. They have Hyde, and I think they're happy with Hyde. Do they have Poyer still? If they have Poyer, then safety's probably not the pick. But Baltimore, like I said, Baltimore could be my saving grace here. I need a offensive player in the next 3 picks and I need Trevor Mayrig. Trevon Mayrig, whatever his name is.
Trevon Morig. I can see the Bills going with him here. But who knows, man? I think that defense line still needs a little bit of work. So I think Barmore is still a value pick here. I love how he's falling, and I hope he falls to the Lions at pick 41. That would be awesome. But we're still 10 picks away, so that's I'm kind of holding out hope that Azeez Ojulari is still out there too. I would love that.
Yeah,
as a
I
Lions fan.
hope he doesn't make the first round either, because fuck that guy. Not fuck that guy, but fuck the GMs that didn't choose him. The Arizona Cardinals. Bastards.
What about the Dolphins? They picked Jalen Phillips.
And the
Right?
Dolphins.
Yeah.
Them stupid ass motherfuckers.
So the Bills, the pick is in at 30 here. But this Bills team,
who do you think?
I mean, they're legit. Whoever they pick here is going to help them out immensely. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'm going to say Ojulari, but I don't want it to be.
I would go defensive help here. They're showing Jason Owe here. I hope not. I hope they go with somebody that I need, which is only basically Trevor Mayrig. But so I think it's going to be defensive pick here.
I just love the fact that Tony went to 20 still. I think that's great. I'm just going to throw that out there randomly. Let's see. Let's see who the Bills go with here.
Is Azeez even in the picture right now?
I think so. He's a top pass rusher available.
No. I meant that they were just showing his living room. There was a spot open on the couch, and I thought that was his. So maybe he just got the call. Maybe he just got the call. That hurts. That fucking hurts.
Ooh. I like him better than Jalen Phillips almost. I think this guy has a higher ceiling than Jalen Phillips. I think that's a great pick for the Bills. Gregory Rousseau, crazy story. I mean, a guy barely played in high school. Pretty much only played 1 year of college football, 18 and a half sacks the 1 year, ACC Defensive Player of the Year. Opted out, so kind of a crazy story for him. But I think he has a higher ceiling than Jalen Phillips. I like this pick for the Bills better than I like the Dolphins pick at 18. And I was kind of hoping he could fall the Lions at 41, but clearly not. Too high of a ceiling, I guess.
Dude, let me ask you this.
We only got 2 picks left on the first round. Let's go.
Did Jalen Phillips and Gregory Rousseau both wear the number 15? Like, obviously you said he opted out, but I want to say when they were showing the highlights, Phillips was wearing number 15. Or is the vitamin V getting to me?
All right, so I just got confirmation from our producer, Kid J, Barney, that yes, they both did wear number 15. Rousseau wore it, then he opted out, and then Jalen Phillips wore it this past year.
Bizarre.
That is crazy. So, I mean, you know what's crazy to me, Barney, is that Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoah, you're calling him the Joker. He's still out there. I think he's, if you watch his tape, he's super explosive. I think whoever ends up picking that, I think whoever picks that guy is getting a hell of a player, a guy with filled like a bunch of tenacity, and so on and so forth. I really think somebody's missing out on him, and they're going to get a steal whenever he gets picked. Maybe it's Baltimore here at 31. This is the type Baltimore gets a surplus of linebackers all the time. It would not be surprising if they took him here.
I
do think they might go.
I need one more running. I need one more offensive player. All right, so. If I'm not going to get Trevor Mayrig out of this, I need a fucking offensive player because I don't know if Tampa Bay is choosing offense here. I don't think that makes sense.
The reason Baltimore's even picking here is because they traded Orlando Brown to the Chiefs. So I do believe that Baltimore will be taking offensive lineman here, and I do think it's going to be Tevin Jenkins. It could be Liam Eichenberg.
All right.
It could be, but I'm leaning Tevin Jenkins.
I think it's going to be Tevin Jenkins as well, but for sake of choosing somebody else, I'll go with Dylan Radins out of NDSU. But regardless, I need an offensive fucking player right now.
I think you're gonna. Well, Tampa Bay. I don't know. They're pretty low.
I don't think I'm getting anything offensively out of Tampa Bay.
Yeah, you never know. What they're loaded. I'm trying to think of a weakness on their team, and I'm running out of running back, maybe to a degree. There's no good running backs here that you would take. Man, Tampa Bay loaded going into next year.
Winston. They have Winston, right?
Murphy Bunting is safety, right? Or is he cornerback?
I think you're right.
So, man, just thinking about Tampa Bay right now, loaded. Baltimore can go a number of directions right here, though. I think Tevin Jenkins is their best fit, though, especially for what they gave up in Orlando Brown. Remember Orlando Brown, how far he fell because of his terrible workout at the combine? That ended up being pretty good value for the Ravens overall.
Be just fantastic.
A horrendous combine. Like, didn't he only bench like? I just remember he had a terrible 40 time, terrible 7 or 3 cone drill, terrible bench. Everything was about as bad as it could possibly be, and then he's still, and now he gets traded for a first round and multiple other picks as well. So it ended up like a really good pick for the Ravens. You know who I could. Well, we can get to it with Tampa Bay picks, but I do think they're going to go defensive line. I don't want them to pick Barmore.
You think you're going to go offensive line or defensive line?
Defensive line. I think Barmore inside.
Tampa Bay.
I think I do. They're already loaded in there, but they're old inside. So
no, I was just checking in. You said Tampa Bay though, right?
Right. Yep. Fatting up chips and guac for the night. Again, we just want to, if you're listening still, producer Kid J doing an awesome job changing our camera angles throughout the night, updating that ticker that you see in the below, any of the conversations that we are having and he puts up on the top. Yeah, he's crushing it. He's not even talking here for 3 hours, so plus. Barney, we started this we did a mic check at 6:30. We had some mic issues, but we fixed them. But what I'm trying to get at is that we've been going at this for 4.5 hours, and now we're 2 picks away from the end of the first round here. So congratulations to a pat on the back to me, you, and our producer Kid J for getting through this last 4.5 hours. I don't know why I thought this was going to end at 10 o'clock. I'm delusional, I guess. I thought the first round ended at 10, not 11. But at least we don't live on the East Coast where this is ending at midnight. So positives.
Dude, Eric Stokes going to Green Bay. I mean, don't get me wrong. Jordan Love was like way bigger of like a what the fuck pick, but like this is back-to-back like picks of like what? Like not in the same degree, but nobody thought Eric Stokes.
Right. And I'm looking up Because I was trying to remember where people had him in their rankings.
I had him
Overall,
just outside of our top 5. I mean, he kind of fell right in there, like right after Asante Samuel for me. I thought that would have been the guy, but I think he's more in line for nickel. But like when you think about the Packers defense, they are not happy with Kevin King. They just re-signed him for cheap, but I'm just shocked that they went with Stokes at
I am
with
too.
their pick.
I mean, CBS Sports had him as the 63rd overall prospect and the 9th overall cornerback in their rankings. I'm gonna look at the Athletic here really quick. If you didn't get a chance, listeners, and you still are interested in what prospects are available for day 2, I'd highly recommend reading Dane Brugler's Athletic draft guide. It's legit, super in depth. He had Eric Stokes as the 7th ranked cornerback, sitting behind Elijah Molden out of Washington, Asante Samuel out of Florida State that we mentioned.
Fuck.
So let's see great pick for Baltimore. Jason Away, athletic freak. I was really hoping he would fall to the Lions at 41. Barney obviously not happy for his bet of offensive players. Barney, you still got one more here. You still got one more. But that is a great pick for Baltimore. The rich get richer sometimes. And he's having a good time, it looks like, with his family. That Jason Away pick, talk about a great place for him to go, though, in terms of developing into an elite pass rusher. His athleticism's off the charts. I was really hoping he could fall to the Lions. But alas, no. 6'5", 252, ran a 4.37 40. Ridiculous. Barney, it's okay. It's okay. There's still one more pick left. You never know.
Yeah.
If Tampa Bay is going to pick somebody right here on the offensive side, who would it be? Elijah Moore?
Look, I want it to be either
Javonte Williams?
I don't care if it's an offensive player, it's an offensive player. But if it's a defensive player, it's got to be the safety. It's got to be the safety.
See, it's either Trevon Moorwick, an offensive player, or Barney's jumping off a little early here. Well, early, I say that. It's 11 o'clock, but...
Oh,
so Barney,
man, that's just such a fucking bummer. See, here's my thing. All right. Jason Away has got a lot of the athletic traits. You just said it. I mean, he had like one of the fastest 40s. I mean, his 3-cone, like everything was off the charts. But for somebody that athletic and that quick and that fast twitch, he really didn't have a lot of production at all at Penn State. And that's what I get worried about. Ugh.
Here we go. The end of the first round. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are selecting.
Fuck. Oh, what a bad.
Oh, that was the worst possible thing that could have happened to you, Barney. I'm so sorry, pal. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So, Barney, that is the end of the first round. Joe is. It's kind of a funny name, Joe Tryon. You were trying all night for your bets, but alas, that did not work.
I don't know how we're at 25 or 20. What is it? 25 with 17 picks. And it's just nothing but basically defensive picks from there. Oh, that hurt. That hurt a lot.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what.
Hurt.
I'll tell you what. As far as if the Bears can come out right now, for me, I'm trying to spin this because I am so unhappy. I am so unhappy right now. I'm trying to spin this. There is a lot of offensive linemen that I would be thrilled with. I think they're going to go off right away because the first, 6 picks didn't really choose anybody in the offensive line department. It didn't go till Detroit. But there is Tevin Jenkins. There's Dylan Radins. There's Jalen Mayfield. I don't know if I'm missing anyone from the tackle position. There's Liam Eichenberg. So there's 4 tackles that I love. And then there's guys like Wyatt Davis at guard that I really
Creed
love.
Humphrey, Quinn Miners.
And then at center, there's Creed Humphrey, Miners, and
Dickinson
Dickinson.
out of Alabama.
So there's about 8 prospects there.
Somebody will be there. Somebody will be there for you, Barney, at 20.
Somebody will be there, but who knows if Pace is going to pick them. Oh, so that Barney, hurt right there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. So, I mean, it's 11 o'clock. We've been going at this for 4.5 hours. The first round is officially over. So, just to kind of wrap this up, or sum it up, rather, I am absolutely thrilled with what the Lions did in the first round. I mean, how are you feeling after the first round here? How do you think the Bears fared?
I feel like my emotions aren't correctly set right now to answer that question. However, dude, I mean, we went after a quarterback. I love his physical traits. I think he's a football player. Justin Fields coming to the Bears. I mean, my only worries is that basically no Ohio State quarterback has ever panned out in the NFL, ever. So I'm worried about that, but I also don't think they all were as athletic or as gifted as Justin Fields. So, he showed me a lot. He showed me out a lot last year. He took some big hits, especially in that semifinal and championship. He came back. I'm rooting for the best, dude. I mean, because if he could be good again, the Bears, we're a couple players away. We are a couple players away, and we're not just a quick fix. But you know what? If we could figure out the quarterback position with this draft, I'd be a very, very, very happy person.
Definitely. So just a couple more comments here for our dedicated listeners. Charlie says, not to let the bets ruin the high of drafting Fields. For you, Barney. And then Dan Zaccone, Papa Zaccone, I guess you could say, said I was clean shaved before we started. And I've grown this beard since. It's been a long night, is what he's trying to say.
The 11 o'clock shadow.
Right. Really quick before we end, Barney, you mentioned prospects you're looking at. Prospects that I'm looking at from the Lions' perspective, Azeez Ojulari out of Georgia. I hope he can fall to us at 41. Jeremiah Uso-Karamoa, I would love a guy like that on the Lions. I think that's who Dan Campbell would be salivating for if he fell to us. I don't think he will, but you never know. Those are 2 people I'm really looking forward to seeing if they could fall to us at 41. But Barney, we did it. Our first live stream. We had a bunch of listeners throughout the night. And we did it. We got all the way through, buddy. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks to everybody thanks for coming on in and listening to us, joining in on the chat, all the fun. That was really cool. Big Z, I know I cut you off. What'd you say, buddy?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, we did it. I was just gonna thank again. Thanking him throughout the live stream here, but producer Kid J, just an awesome job. put a lot of work into this. The nice clean look that you see on your screen. Get it on YouTube. Like, this is something that me and Barney have no idea how to do. So I mean, it's awesome. So good job again. If I don't know who's listening, but if if you need somebody to produce a live stream for you, look up Justin Zaccone on LinkedIn. He'll help you guys out. And also, please subscribe to the YouTube page if you can right now, if you are listening. And please subscribe to our podcast, The Pylon and NFC North podcast on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. And leave a review, either comments, I guess, or reviews on YouTube, but on Spotify or Apple, wherever. But Barney, I'm ready to get some rest. Get ready for the second and third round tomorrow. And,
what time does the 33rd pick go off? Do you know?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I would have to look that up. It always starts a little earlier than the first round. I'm looking that up right now. I should have known that.
Kid J, out of nowhere, I just got a text from my wife
it,
that says "Go Rams." So I guess she's on your team.
It starts at 6 Central tomorrow. So
awesome. Well, hey, I had a lot of fun, Big Z. Kid J, you're the fucking man. Way to go, buddy. But yeah, again, there's a lot of talent for both of us out for day 2. I think more talent than we thought that might be there. Especially where we're hoping, right? So
definitely. It always helps when there's GMs like Dave Gettleman out there that pick Kadarius Toney, 20th overall. It always helps.
What an idiot.
So thank you everybody for listening. This has been a great live stream. Our first for the Pylon. Hopefully we have many more in the future. But thank you everybody for listening. Please subscribe to the channel. Hopefully we can have more content going in the future. Thank you everybody. We really appreciate it, and have a great night. And if you're a Bears fan, have good dreams.
Don't forget your vitamin B.
Very important. Most important vitamin there is. So thank you everybody. Have a great night. If you're a Bears fan, dream of Justin Fields. And if you're a Lions fan, dream of Penny Sewell pancaking people and the Lions picking off Justin Fields twice a game in the future. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you for listening.